Hi everybody! I hope you're all having a good day. I hope you're all smiling and enjoying your lovely day. In this following tutorial stream, I'll be showing you on how to get started with Warudo from, from complete scratch, so that way you can be able to VTube with this program, because it is a program that is very well hyped as of recently because of the fact that there's a lot of functionalities you can do. So pretty much if you're looking for like a program that is kind of like Unreal Engine, but it's in Unity form, since, I could go on about how Unreal Engine and VTubing goes, but if you're someone that wants to stay with Unity but still have that Unreal Engine feel to it, then Warudo is probably your best choice. Now, I will give a bit of a heads up that we are only going to mainly focus on a simplistic setup. We're not going to be going over crazy things like how to do the like arm sway and leap motion controller thing, or we're not going to go over how do you do a walk blueprint so you can walk around your environment. We're not going to go over anything that's a little too crazy or something that's like overwhelming for beginners. We're only going to focus on beginner stuff, such as how to load your character, how to have transparency, and how, just that, beginner stuff, and then some extra stuff that you should probably be aware, so that way as you advance through Warudo as time passes, then you can be able to, be even more ready to use Warudo. So when you install Warudo for the first time, you will be greeted with this editor. You'll be greeted with two windows. There's the viewer, so this is the mall viewer that has the sky background, and then the editor. So the editor is very good, so that way, this is where all of your settings are at. And then the viewer is just, well, you just see your model in there. So sometimes some people end up using Windows Capture or Game Capture. That's, some people are gonna do that. So I recommend Spout, but all I can say is that Warudo is just two separate windows. Just keep that in mind. You can always close this window whenever you're finished. I just want to give that heads up of the two editor thing. But either way, you'll just be greeted with two windows, and then from here on this editor, this is where you can be able to get started. Onboarding assistant, this is where, this is where all the magic happens. I recommend going through all of this and even joining the Warudo Discord server, because if you're someone that needs extra help, especially if you ask a lot of questions like very often, please join the Warudo Discord server. There's a very active community there that will gladly answer your questions, and I mean very active, like very. So, or you can, again, if you want to just see some beautiful stuff like, Warudo Pro demos, or you can see things like what the coding side of Warudo does for some extra features. You can follow them on their socials there with the onboarding assistant. But with that being said, I just want to make sure that is elaborated. We're going to go through the basic setup here. So let's go ahead and get started. From here, this is where we can start off by loading our avatar. In order to load your avatar, you'll either need a VRM format or a Warudo format. VSF avatar is not supported because the VSF animations conflict with Warudo's animation system, so that's why VSF avatar is never going to get supported in Warudo. Unless, I don't know, if Tiger makes a change, sure, but Warudo avatar is pretty much, or the Warudo format is pretty much the equivalent of VSF avatar. It's just a different file format. So if you need more information regarding how to, if you need some more information regarding like how to like make a Warudo avatar, what's the process for either VRM to Warudo avatar or FBX even to Warudo avatar, then by all means, I made an entire SDK series. You can just look at my channel. There's a playlist, actually, in the playlist section. There's a Warudo SDK series that you can definitely check out, so that way you can be able to, study from that if you want to, utilize this. Because again, VSF avatar is not supported. The equivalence of VSF avatar for Warudo is Warudo avatar, or otherwise just the Warudo format. We call it Warudo avatar to avoid confusion. But anyways, But again, if you never have touched Unity in your life before and Warudo SDK sounds confusing, then you don't have to worry about the SDK. You can simply just stick with VRM, whether you got VRM from Void Studio or Sensel Henshin's program or something. I'm not sure about Sensel Henshin. I think they do. So, but you could just stick with a simple VRM to make your life easier on you. So you just click on the open characters folder. I'm not gonna do that because I have some NDA files I don't want to expose on stream, but you will click on this folder here, and from there you will be able to, copy and paste your VRM file to whatever the file explorer pops up. So that's where you'll be able to load it from. And actually, I could, if you give me just one moment to quickly hide the screen, since this is display capture. Let me hide that real quickly, just to make sure I don't make any files accidentally appear. So, one moment, open characters. Yeah, I think this should be fine, as long as that top part is shown. Okay, so, one moment, apologies for the confusion here. Blah. Alright, so, let me show you the display capture again. There you go. So, here, this is where the folder will look like. You have File Explorer, there should be a characters folder that appears, and you'll be able to have, like, your VRM or even Warudo format here. So, this is where you'll put your avatars, and once it's pasted, Warudo will automatically, load. You just simply have to click on this drop box to update Warudo, so that way you can be able to choose the avatar of choice. Now, because I want to make sure this tutorial is a little easy to follow, we're going to be using Test-Chan as demonstration purposes for this, so that way, for especially Void users, this is easier to follow. Which, if you are curious, you can be able to download Test-Chan. Give me one moment. We're going to be doing a lot of me disabling my screen because of the fact I am not a dual monitor user. But let me quickly give you guys the Test-Chan's model real quick. So in the chat, I will send you Test-Chan. So if you don't have a model, or you want to study how I rig ARKit for Void models, then please download those files I sent in the chat, and that way you can be able to study from those. You can also be able to download these at the Warudo workshop, which we'll go over that in just a moment. So give me some time. Okay, so back to display capture you go. Display capture, there you are. So back to here. You should be able to have your avatar loaded, which looks like this here. Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna press on OK. Now, here, this is, so you can be able to choose yes, recommend. This is mainly good if you don't know what mocap, different mocap solutions, and you need to, sort of like a guide on what do you probably need or something like that. But otherwise, you could also choose no, I know who I'm going to use. So again, assuming we're in the position of an absolute beginner, we're going to choose the yes, recommend for me. But like I said, if you already know what you're using, whether you're going to be using VR tracker, the mocap suit, iPhone tracking, or webcam tracking with hands, or something like that, even real life, if you know what you're going to use, you choose that. But let's do yes, recommend for me, and press OK. Do you need to track full body? So we don't need to track full body because I'm in a chair, and no one's gonna really see my lower body, so I'm just gonna have no for this. Do you need to track upper body? Well, I do want to have some I do want to have some, hand tracking going on, so sure, I would love to have upper body tracking. Do you have a leap motion? Well, okay, realistically, yes, I do own a leap motion. But let's say, no, I don't own a leap motion. What is a leap motion? So we're gonna pretend we don't know what it is. Do you have an iPhone or iPad? Let's say for this question, I'm like, an iPhone? Man, I'm broke as heck. Okay, I'm exaggerating here. I have an iPhone IRL, but let's just pretend we don't have an iPhone, or whether you hate Apple or you just don't have one. or anything like that. So let's just say no, we don't have it. Do you have a working webcam? Well, I do have a webcam that I use for work conferences because I work at home. So we're gonna use a webcam. Which, for my case, I forgot to turn on my webcam. Oopsie doopsie. But yeah, right here. Freaking heck. Yeah, right here. It should be able to work. Alright, there you go. So you should be able to plug in your web camera, and then you'll be able to choose the camera of, you should be able to choose, like, the camera that you want. Now, I promise you, because of how Warudo does pop up with a little webcam window, it's not gonna dox you unless you turn on the setting that shows your face, which I'm gonna explain to you about that setting so you don't dox your face on accident. Also, by the way, thank you Presvale for subscribing to the Snowflake membership. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, hello, Uyu, thank you. I'm glad that you are enjoying the Warudo guides. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, so I'm gonna quickly cover the camera just in case, but I don't think it's gonna do that because by default it does cover your face, but I'm still gonna like elaborate the whole like camera exposing thing in just a moment. So I'm gonna press on OK, and then what we're going to do is we're gonna choose the, you know, pretty much what they do is that they recommend you the tracking of choice. So for webcam users, pretty much they're gonna recommend media pipe. Now you can still change what face tracking you want, because if, let's say for example, you're like, oh wait, I realize I actually do have an iPhone, it's in my closet, you can be able to change your settings. Or maybe you're like, wait, I want to use XR Animator instead, so you're gonna have to use VMC for that. So just throwing some examples out there, but just to keep it simple, let's just stay with media pipe for this. But if you know what you want, you choose what you want. And then we're gonna have webcam hand tracking, because we want to be able to wave to chat. Like, hi chat, how you doing? I'm waving at you. My character's not tracking yet, but I will be able to wave at you in just a moment. Now, secondary tracking, this is mainly for if you're like, if you want to combine, let's say if you're a Makopi user and you want to be able to do some combinations with, I don't know, Leap Motion Media Pipe or Stretch Sense. If you want to just like have like a secondary like finger tracking, like let's say for example, you have webcam hand tracking, but you happen to have a Stretch Sense glove, but the thing is that you don't have actual arm trackers, so you could have webcam with the, you know, the Stretch Sense gloves. So you could do that, but again, like I said, because we're in the assumption of a beginner, let's not try and overwhelm ourselves. You don't have to worry about this, just focus on media pipe, and then press on OK. And then from there, it's going to set up the stuff, and then here, we're gonna say yes, import the expressions, because we do want to be able to toggle our face and stuff. Although for Tesh-chan, Tesh-chan has too many expressions, so yikes. Thanks, Tesh-chan. So, in the case of Tesh-chan, yeah, you know what, we're just gonna press yes, even though that's a bit much for Tesh-chan. Alright. We're gonna say yes, and then what it's gonna do is gonna process everything, so it's gonna make it so that way, like, the expressions are working, and then it's gonna ask us what background we want. We can say we want to pick an environment, we can say we want to keep the current background. Now, assuming also that we are gonna have like an overlay on OBS, we're gonna stick with I want the background to be transparent. That way we can be able to put our character on OBS via spout, which I should give me just one moment. I need to link you guys the OBS add-on for spout, because you do need a plugin for this one. So right here, just one moment, I'm gonna send this to you guys. Yeah, so right here, we're gonna go ahead. I'm just going to, I'll send you the direct link. So once you click on the link, it's gonna like download the exe, so be mindful of that. But this is how you're gonna be able to get spout working on your OBS. So OBS spout here. So there's that link there. Make sure you download that plugin so that way your VTuber mod can show up properly in OBS. So make sure that's installed. Alright, now let's continue back at Tesh-chan. So, display capture. Alright, So we're gonna say we want it to be transparent. And then now, pretty much, they even said here that you can be able to download the Spout 2 plugin for OBS, and they even explain like that there's also like animations you can do, which yes, we're gonna be going over how to do some crazy animation toggles and all of that stuff. So, you know, definitely take a quick read at this, and remember, save your scene, because there is a saving system, and there's also a scene system, meaning you can have multiple scenes. Let's say, for example, one scene is your character falling off a cliff, doing some skydiving trick and doing a barrel roll, and then you can have another scene where you're in a game room and you're gaming and doing some cool stuff, or maybe even another scene where you're swimming and stuff. You can have as many scenes as you like, however you want. There's so much stuff you could do with Warudo. Just press on OK. For some reason my tracking did not work, actually. Technical errors. Kana broke her camera. Kana broke her camera. We gotta fix this. One moment. I can see why. Otherwise, we're just gonna have to switch to iPhone. You're gonna have to... Well, actually, I made a webcam tutorial about Warudo, so I could just link you that if my webcam's... This is the same issue that happened with the Vinyan tutorial stream. I deeply apologize that my cameras really want to fight me. Thanks, cameras. I totally appreciate you now. Yeah. Yep. I think my cameras are straight broken now. Great job. Great job. I'm so happy. Hold up. This is a part of the tutorial that you don't follow along because Kana broke her stuff. Time out. Time out. Time out. Let me quickly fix. Ah! Yes. I don't. Hold up. Will there be a V-Bridger? I don't recommend V-Bridger for 3D VTubing because they don't have head tracking at all. The only reason why you would want to use V-Bridger is if you're very particular about how your tracking is for face and you have a third-party solution for head tracking. So for example, you can, let's say, use V-Bridger because, I don't know, you like the iPhone face tracking for it. But if iPhone is your only tracking for your face, you could try using webcam from Warudo and then like have the V-Bridger face tracking and stuff. Or if you have full body tracking and stuff, it gets very inconvenient for no reason. Like V-Bridger's a good program, don't get me wrong, but I don't really fully recommend it because it's like there's no head tracking there. And also, you can already adjust, like, the weights of your blend shapes in Vinyan or even in Warudo. Well, granted, V-Bridger does have the curve, but if you're a Vinyan user, you have no use in the V-Bridger graph because that's already integrated in Vinyan. Warudo, you can have some advantage to it, but otherwise, it's not really necessary at all. It's, yeah. I see it more better for, like, live 2D models than much of 3D. But it's still nice if you want to have 3D and 2D track at the same time. But yeah, but this ain't no V-Bridger tutorial. I mean, I guess I could make a V-Bridger tutorial, but it's like, I'm not sure how that's gonna go, considering that there's already, you can already do a lot with blend shape editing in the program itself. So it's like, I'm not sure if I'll ever make a tutorial unless they release the head tracking update. Alright, media pipe, let me just, send this, I think I did an oopsie doopsie again. Hold up. We're having technical issues, and my camera's not being detected. Great job, Kana. You fricked up again. One moment. Yeah, okay, some reason my web cameras are not gonna work at all, so, alright, so we're gonna use iPhone for this case. So I will say, alright, so now we're gonna skip the technical difficulty part. Let's focus on doing things. If by any chance you do experience some issues with your tracking, this is probably a good thing to mention. If you experience issues with your tracking and you're wondering, maybe I should restart my tracking setup, by all means, I recommend going into character here, then going into motion capture up here, and then you can be able to redo the motion capture here. Like what I just did earlier because the web camera's not working. Now, if you do experience this issue where your web camera tracking is not working at all, like let's say for example you did what I did where my cameras were off by default and I turned on Warudo, I would recommend make sure your cameras are on before you turn on Warudo. Otherwise, you could, not always, but you could experience an issue with Warudo where it doesn't load it properly. So I would recommend restarting Warudo and see if that helps. Otherwise, if you still experience some issues, if you're a webcam user, that is, you could also change from GPU mode to CPU mode. That's another option you can do. But this is only if like the window, the webcam window actually appears and the hands are not showing up at all. That's where you could be able to do CPU thing. But that's just an issue for like webcam, if anything. But otherwise, I had the same issue with Vignon because my cameras hate me. So we're just gonna do it the iPhone method. So, let me actually quickly pause for a moment because I'll send you a tutorial so anyone who's a webcam user, I did actually made a proper webcam tutorial about how to set up webcam for, hold up a second, media pipe. Yeah, here you are. So I'm gonna send you this tutorial so any webcam users who needs like a full-blown detail for webcam, here you go, webcam tutorial. There you are. So follow that one. That one will show you how to set up webcam. But for this case, we're gonna actually set it up with an iPhone instead because, well, Warudo just doesn't like my cameras. So we're gonna go into character, motion capture, set up motion capture, press on OK, and from here you can be able to like redo your tracking, pretty much. So here on face tracking, you can choose what face tracking you want. So for my case, I'm going to be choosing eye facial mocap in this case because I do have an iPhone and I do have, now technically I use Face Motion 3D, but as long as you bought the other subscription, which my eye facial mocap tutorial elaborates more on, but you, from there, you can have the eye facial mocap app and you can be able to like do tracking with that instead if you're an iPhone user. So we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna set it from eye facial mocap, and then we can just leave all these alone. Now, if by any chance you happen to do full body tracking, you may want to disable some of these things for like again, it like depending on what you want to do. Just keep that in mind. But otherwise, it's like kind of like trial and error. So you have to mess with these. So lip sync, I will mention, this is very important because the onboarding assistant for some reason, well actually it can if you do the edit tracking setting, but if you're someone that's been wondering, where's the audio lip sync? Because Warudo doesn't really expose it well in the settings, it's actually a node. So if you're wondering how to enable audio lip sync, it is right here. So again, let me quickly go here. When you do character, motion capture, and then you go into set up motion capture here, and you choose the face track of your choice, whether you're a webcam user or iPhone user even. Down here is where you set up the lip sync. You can be able to set where if you lost any tracking, so let's say I had to quickly go BRB, but my character is still on screen, then I can have it where when the tracking is all off, the audio lip sync can work, but then when the tracking is back, it will then turn off the audio lip sync. And always enable is good if you're someone that doesn't. Now, if you don't have ARKit blend shapes, you could, you don't need to have the audio lip sync there, but I know a lot of people do prefer it, especially those who mumble a lot, so this does help enhance it. But I will give a heads up, you may experience some stretching issues. So again, depending on the model. Void models may not experience it as much. You may have to still do some tweaking with it. But here, you can set to always enable. You can even have it hybrid mode where it'll mix between your iPhone and your VRM vowel keys. So you can, you can have it enabled like always. Now, to this current day, I heard that there were people that had very bad issues with the hybrid mode for some reason. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on in regards to that, but I'm going to have this enabled, and of course the microphone is correct, so, we'll see, but we're going to go ahead and press on OK, and then post tracking, we can be able to choose a different tracking, but for this case, though, I'm going to actually use my leap motion for this. So pretty much pretend I have webcam tracking, but I'm actually using iPhone and Leap Motion because of the fact that my darn thing just doesn't want to work. My webcam just refuses to work straight up. So okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna press yes for keyboard and trackpad. We can do it the same for webcam because I'm under the assumption that most people are gonna be using the keyboard and trackpad as well, just for fun. So we're gonna make sure those are enabled. So we're gonna press on OK for that. Alright, so from here, you'll be able to press on OK, and as you can see, Teshan actually has some lip sync going on, and it's actually pretty good, actually. It's not that bad. I mean, it's a bit big, but you do see that the audio lip sync as well as the iPhone blend shapes are working fine. I'm not sure why some people experience some issues with hybrid lip sync, but that's how you'd be able to enable a lip sync for, you know, for your Warudo stuff. Now, I will also say, in order to navigate Warudo, use your middle mouse to scroll, zoom in and out. So scroll with your middle mouse to, scroll like this. Use either the left clicker or the right clicker to rotate around your character, and then if you want to pan, you'll be able to click on the middle mouse button so you can be able to move like this. So get familiar with the controls for regarding like Warudo, because especially if you are a Vinyan or VC Face user, I can understand it does feel a bit weird if you came from those programs, but don't worry, I promise you it's all good, don't worry. So, alright, now I will mention regarding the keyboard thing. I know a lot of people have mentioned about the keyboard freaking out, so I'm gonna show you on how to adjust the keyboard. But otherwise, at least I will say, you should be able to have it where your tracking should work fine if you follow the steps I said, or again, you can check out my Warudo tracking tutorials, whether webcam or mocap suit user or something like that. So just keep that in mind. I'm actually gonna, I'll keep the leap motion on. But what we're gonna do is we're going to adjust the keyboard here. So just to kind of give you a bit of a UI tour here, this here is your assets panel. This is where you'll be able to add things like props, or this is where you'll be able to have the settings for your motion capture. But again, this isn't the only place to edit your motion capture. I will elaborate that in just a moment. But this is where you'll have your character, your lighting, your environments, props. Think of the Unity hierarchy. Pretty much just that. This is pretty much the Unity hierarchy, but in the Vtuber program. So just think like that. And also, real quickly, hello Tobias, how you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. And also, hi Kana, I was literally watching your tutorial and saw that you were live. Just wanted to let you know you're a gem. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you very much, Vana, I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I hope I can be able to teach you guys some new things today. So either way, but here pretty much just think of this as the Unity assets panel. So whatever you want, you can add it here. So here you can be able to add an asset by pressing on that add asset button there. And this is where you can be able to have a lot of good stuff. Again, character, prop, screen, or otherwise you can add it as a PNG, keyboard and trackpad. You can even have a tail animation here. Environments, lighting, even wind physics, camera. Do note that there are some features here that you may see on my screen. Like, for example, Director, this is the Warudo Pro feature. I won't be covering anything Warudo Pro in this tutorial. I recommend emailing Tiger. If you look up the Warudo documentation, there is info regarding Warudo Pro. So I recommend if you're curious about what the heck a Warudo Pro is, or maybe if you want to pay for it to support the dev, then I recommend emailing the dev. It's on the Warudo documentation site, but just keep in mind this is a Warudo Pro only feature. There is VMC sending, so you can be able to have it. Let's say, for example, you can send Warudo tracking to Vinyan, or Warudo tracking to VC phase, or Warudo tracking to just any other program that supports VMC receiving. You can do that. You can also have different motion capture stuff, but do note that just because you slap on, like, let's say for example I slapped on the Makopi receiver, there is going to be this tip thing. It's very important to read. This is letting you know that the way that Warudo works is that even if you put the tracking up here, these things rely on blueprints, which is the reason why that message that you saw mentioned going into character and then going into motion capture and setting up your motion capture here, because this is heavily reliant on mocap blueprints, just like Unreal Engine does. So please keep that in mind. You can't, you sadly just can't slap on motions like that. You have to do it in character and motion capture. Again, I can explain more advanced stuff on how you can actually heavily customize your motion capture, like doing crazy motion capture toggles, but this is not the tutorial for it, and you will be overwhelmed if I explain it. So let's just not do that. So let's go back to add asset here. And, you know, you can be able to add different tracking solutions. You can be able to have a music player if you want to play music. Nylotune, this is, again, a Warudo Pro only feature, so please keep that in mind. I cannot, and I also cannot show you these, so that's a Warudo Pro only feature. This is also a Warudo Pro only feature for VMD, so if you're someone familiar with Miku Miku Dance, there is also VMD. I am not going to elaborate VMD any further. So there's that. Health, this one's a Steam this is Steam Workshop stuff. A lot of these are also like Steam Workshop stuff, like these guys. So I'll go over them later regarding like how you can be able to download assets, what do I recommend you download, and all that stuff. So yeah. And if by any chance you accidentally ever delete the onboarding assistant, you can always like reload it here, but you can only load one at a time for like you know, in the assets panel here, you can only load one. But if you happen to delete it, you can always re-add it back here. So just keep that in mind. And you can even be able to click on an asset here. You can be able to delete it. So you can do that. And you can be able to even duplicate the asset, but again, some of them may give you an error that you can't duplicate since they may only require one. If you're duplicating, let's say, the cameras, you can only duplicate up to 8 of them, which I'll explain. Again, I'll explain the camera stuff and all that. We'll explain more stuff when we can, but for now, we're just going over some UI stuff. So just keep in mind, yes, you can duplicate by going here. You can also, depending on the asset you selected, there is a transform tool that may appear. So let's say for keyboard, for example, you can be able to use this, and you can be able to like adjust. So let me turn off the leap motion real quickly so that way I don't look really silly. So you can be able to adjust the keyboard from here. So remember what I mentioned before of using the right clicker to adjust your camera and left clicker, and yeah, and then middle mouse, middle wheel, click it, and you can be able to like move around. You can be able to use that to adjust, or just move your camera around, and then using your left clicker to adjust everything like so. There you go. And then we're just gonna correct this so that way my hands don't look so silly. There you go. So that way you have something like V-Magic Mirror. Yay! I will mention, though, also, before anybody asks, yes, there is an issue regarding the keyboard loading. So when you, usually when you start up a new project, or a new scene and you toggle the trackpad on, and after a reset, you are gonna notice that, you're gonna notice the fact that your character is gonna look very silly. All I can recommend is that when you see your character freaking out with either trackpad or keyboard, when you turn it on, just press on your keyboard. That's all you can do. Just type on your keyboard, because yes, you can type. Just type on your keyboard, move your mouse, it will fix your character automatically. Sadly, there is not going to be any smooth transition until Tiger does an update to fix it, but, you know, I just wanted to make sure that's elaborate before anybody asks. So, yeah. Alright. So now that we went over this, you can also collapse the slider here. So if by any chance you want to have a bit more room to look through your settings and stuff, you can click here to be able to just collapse it and then collapse it again. Also, if let's say, for example, you notice that you have this little gizmo here and you want that to go away, simply just deselect the asset and it's going to hide. Simple as that. Also, real quickly, let me see. Question: will you be doing a tutorial on how to import custom? I already made a tutorial on how to do custom animations. Actually, 2 of them. One for non-humanoid, where if you want to do things like wing animations, which Sombra also asked for wing animations. I already made a tutorial on that. It's in the Warudo SDK series. Let me just quickly hide the screen for just a moment because I'm gonna go through my browser. Let me go ahead and send you those tutorials so that way you can watch them. Actually, I might as well just send you the entire Warudo SDK series. So not only do you look for those 2 tutorials, but you also look for anything other advanced stuff you can do. So Warudo SDK series, you can be able to look it up here. So that's how you can, that one explains how to do custom animations and how you can do the wing stuff that I did. Because near the end of that tutorial about the non-humanoid thing, I had to elaborate on how I did the wing toggles where, let's say if I did a joy expression, the wings will flap and stuff. So yeah, definitely watch those. Alright, so display captured, back to that. Alright, so now that we have that, there's also another thing that sometimes people tend to miss out. I watched the wings tutorial, but yeah, so wait, I don't think it was the SDK playlist. I don't think it was the SDK playlist. I just want to make sure, you're not confusing the tutorial for the VSF avatar one, right? Because I did make a VSF avatar regarding how I did the wings. I just want to make sure, let me check real quickly. Let me check, cause, I sworn I made a tutorial talking about my wings. It was in like a combination tutorial, so it's like you have to kind of like really pay attention to what I said, cause I did, recall making a tutorial about my wings. It was just merged into like other explanations. Let me see. So yeah, right here, this tutorial. So wings mentioned here. So yeah, so here you go, right? I don't know if I misread the message, but that's the specific tutorial that explains the wings for Warudo, like how I personally did my setup. Now technically you can be able to like do like a sort of native method in Warudo, but again, I don't know if we'll be able to cover that in this tutorial because that's a bit, any like complicated questions, by the way, anything like, for example, like how to do live 2D steppies or a walk graph, we can save those for the end of the tutorial. So like anyone who wants to ask for any crazy questions, there's that. Like for, you know, after everyone is confirmed to not be a beginner anymore and you guys are, you know, going more into advanced stuff. But let's just focus on, you know, some simple stuff for now. So so right here in these 3 little dots here, you should be able to see the little Teto cursor here. If you click on this, this is very important because this is how you can be able to share assets. So these assets here on your list, you can be able to back them up. So let's say, for example, if you know for a fact that you're, oh wait, I didn't, oh, okay, sorry. Okay, thank you, Sombra. All right, so, so here you can be able to export these assets. This is very good if you want to back up your stuff. But even then, you can pretty much just save the scene file. We'll go over that. There's a lot of stuff I really have to teach you guys. But here, you can still be able to have, like, extra backups, whether you want to share to a friend or a client. Like, if you're a 3D artist that's making a Warudo scene for your, you know, your Vtuber clients, then you can be able to use this to share those assets individually, or, again, just make it convenient and just share the scene file. But you can also import assets, so if somebody shared an asset, with like some pre-existing settings, you can also import here, whether you import the asset or if you select, let's say the iFacial mocap receiver or something, you can also import asset into selected asset, or import into selected asset, so that way instead of making a second asset, you could just copy the settings into it, which is really nice. So yeah, alright. Now, besides that, the next thing is blueprints. Blueprints are very crucial to Warudo, as this is pretty much how Warudo operates for the most part. Which is the reason why I said that if you just go to add asset and you add your motion capture from here, your motion capture will not work at all, because Warudo heavily relies on blueprints. Unlike VC Face and Vinyan, yeah, this is because, it's, again, they're replicating how Unreal Engine works. Unreal Engine works by having tracking blueprints. I'm not even kidding about that. You can look it up yourself. So this is pretty much how a blueprint looks like for tracking. Oh my god, that looks so complicated. What do I do? Don't worry, I'll help you out. So just to break things down for you, at least like we can quickly go over the breakdown of this real quick. So just know for a fact, actually before I go over this, this is where you'll have your blueprint list. You can be able to hide it, so you can disable some actions. Or you can be able to add a blueprint here. So you can add here. You can even remove a blueprint over here and make sure to say yes. You can be able to duplicate a blueprint, which is nice if you're gonna do some, if you want to like reuse a blueprint or have like a backup blueprint in case you frick up something. So you can duplicate a blueprint like so, and it should duplicate everything. And then you could be able to delete it. You can be able to also rename the blueprint as well, which also same thing with assets. The little pencil here just means rename. So you can be able to rename your stuff. And you can also use Unicode as well, meaning I could put like an emoji in here pretty much. So you could do that if you like, if you want to make it extra pretty. Which if you downloaded my Warudo beginner scene file, you would... Actually, I don't know if I even added... I don't know actually. No, I don't think I did. I think I only added just the lines, the dashes. Hi Kana, I've been watching your videos for a while. I figure out how to set up my avatar for YouTubing. Your tutorials are really helpful. Are you answering any questions? Yes, I am. So right now I'm just showing you guys how to use Warudo for beginners, and then I'm just kind of like looking at chat. So if anybody asks a question, then I'll be answering those questions. But I'm just gonna but if there's no questions being asked, then I'm just gonna pretty much just keep on going on showing you guys like the navigation of Warudo and how to do things. So that's pretty much what I'm doing. So if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we shall keep continuing. If by any chance there's something that that you missed out on when it comes to the explanation, don't worry. This tutorial will be in a VOD, so you can always rewatch this at a different time, or because this is YouTube, you can always actually just you know, like you can be able to like click on the little bar thing and just kind of like click and then go back in time and just see like what did I explain and get back to like the live part if needed. So alright, so over here, by the way, we're gonna break down so we're gonna quickly like... Actually, no, one last thing I have to explain. So before I go over this blueprint thing so you're a little more familiar with tracking. So when you click on this little 3 dots here, this is where you can be able to do whether, this is so you can be able to like import blueprints. So let's say, for example, you want to import a blueprint for live 2D steppies, or you want to import the walk blueprints that Tudu made. So you can be able to download the TXT file, you can be able to import the blueprint here, you can even export the blueprint to your clipboard. You will definitely, I do recommend using Notepad so you can copy and paste the blueprints from, you know, back and forth. You could also import from blueprint from file. You can do that if the text format is a bit much for you. But again, this does have a bigger file size, which may not be good for Discord. So just keep that in mind if you're going to be sharing like files. It really just depends. If you want something that's a little bit more suitable for Discord in regards to sharing, I recommend the clipboard method for the TXT files or text files. But if you want to keep it simple regarding the process, you can just use this. It should export, I believe, as a JSON file or something like that. And then you can be able to also format the blueprint. This is very good if you want to like reorganize the blueprint. I don't recommend doing this for every blueprint because it can like confuse you a bit more. But let's say like, let's say for example, I'll show you an example. Let's say we're gonna do keystroke. Again, you don't have to copy what I'm doing right now. This is just a demonstration part. The demonstration part. I will again go over. I won't go over every blueprint or every node because it is a bit much for a beginner to go over every little detail. But we're at least gonna go over some important ones because again, a lot of these even get into coding related stuff. Again, Warudo is kind of complex, so I can only go as much as like, you know. I mean, I know a lot of them, not everything, but yeah. Let's just not overcomplicate. So let's say, for example, you have a blueprint, and for some reason it looks something like this, and you're like, man, this is a lot of work. I want this to be automatically formatted. Well, you could press on the 3 dots here, click on Format Blueprint, and it'll just reorganize it for you. But again, depending on how the blueprint is set up, I don't recommend doing it for everything, especially the tracking related ones. You definitely don't want to do that. So I just want to at least make sure that's mentioned, because depending on your blueprint, you may want to utilize that so you're, it's a bit more organized for you. So it's really nice. All right, so let me see. I don't really know if it's considered beginner or not, but I've managed to get iFacial mocap set up via desktop with web camera, but it doesn't seem to detect cheek puff. Are you, so is the, wait, hold up. So you managed to get iFacial mocap with desktop. Are you trying to do like iFacial mocap for the face and using webcam for hand tracking? Because I did mention, like, in the assets panel, if you go to character and you do motion capture here, you should be able to like set up the motion capture here and pretty much tell Warudo that you want the face to be iFacial mocap and the hands be webcam. And if you have iFacial mocap set up, you should be able to do cheek puff like this, or even tongue out. If you happen to be using Meow Face, again, you're gonna need like a third-party plugin. Again, when we go over the Discover, I'll go over the Discover in just a little bit, but let's just like right now, just a blueprint. But I'd say, like, just make sure that you have iFacial mocap set as the face tracking, and if by chance, like, even with that setup, it still doesn't work, you may want to double check your model. Because I know for a fact there is an issue with void, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know, what I'm doing wrong. The model has blend shapes in it. So, it's actual iFacial mocap, huh? Is your model, is it a void model with Hana tool? And if so, are you using a void model that was made before the tail update? Because I know that there were issues with newer void models with Hana tool and Neb tools, that their tongues just simply don't work and all that, or anything, like, they just have mouse issues. So I'm not sure if that's your case, but otherwise, if necessary, if necessary, you could join my Discord server and we can talk a bit further. Let me just like, actually, no, I don't have to do that. You could just look at the description. Yeah, I'm not, that one's scratching my head a bit. That one I may need to, that one I may have to be one-to-one with you on for that issue. Or actually, I would personally recommend the Warudo Discord server, actually, now that I think about it. It would probably be more recommended to join the Warudo server, in case it's a program bug, actually. So, yeah, I didn't, no, it's fine. I understand, tech issues, but you can either join my server and we can try talking about it, but otherwise, while I am on stream, you could also join the Warudo Discord server and then, like, leave a post there in case somebody answers the question really quickly, because again, the people there are really active, so they'll probably be able to answer your question, or at least personally give you some personal help much more faster. So yeah, so just keep that in mind. But otherwise, sorry about that. Okay, so let's go over, though, now that I went over this, you can also collapse the sidebar if you want. This is probably very good if you're going to do some intense blueprint editing here. And then over here, as I mentioned, this is where all your nodes are at. So these nodes here, yes, it looks complicated, like, oh my god, what the heck's a boolean? What the heck is a play sound? What is a twitch? And all that. Like, and there's even the properties panel. We're not going to go over this because, again, this is not like beginner friendly. This can go into like some more advanced territory. So I can understand, yes, this can overwhelm. This is why I mentioned that Warudo can be a bit of a complicated program, but also it can be simple once you learn it. So before we dive a little bit into, so pretty much for the most part, it's just kind of like, depending on the tutorial that you're following or depending on your knowledge, you know, the Warudo documentation will be able to help go over it. I'll be able to go over it as, like, I make more tutorials. That's all I can at least say. I mean, you can still explore some of the nodes here, like, for example, like, explore some of them. Do note that some of these nodes are not native in Warudo, by the way. You will have to download the workshop, which, after we go over the blueprint stuff, I will go over the workshop, because I think we really gotta cover that one especially, so that way you're kind of caught up to speed on the whole UI stuff. So anyways, let's go ahead and break down the face tracking blueprint, so at least you have some familiarity. So if you have to edit or repair your tracking in any way, you can also mess with the blueprint, but again, if you want to keep it simple, just go, again, assets, character, motion capture here, and then set up motion capture. Just keep that in mind. Alright, so, back to here. Let's break down the blueprint. So over here, these nodes, this is referring to when you disable the blueprint, it's going to reset your tracking. This is very important, so that way, when you disable it, you don't want to have it where your character's just staying still, or, you know, potentially be broken when you switch tracking. So please make sure, if you ever plan on making your tracking blueprint from scratch, that this is very important. Also, just for control stuff, remember, use your scroll wheel to zoom in and out, left click to pan, and then you can do right click to multi-select, or even holding the control key and then doing that. So it's kind of like depending on what you want. There's two ways you could be able to do multi-selecting. So there you go, works pretty well. Alright, but just know that that is for when you disable the blueprint, it will pretty much reset your character back to normal, so that way you don't look weird. This node here is for receiving the eye facial mocap data. This is pretty much communicating with the asset here, the eye facial mocap receiver. This is communicating with it, so that way it pretty much tells the asset, hey, this is how the tracking is going to act like, you know, like, is there audio lip sync going on, or is there supposed to be, like, I don't know, keyboard support, or is it tracking the actual head, or is it not tracking the head at all? Because, yeah, so it just kind of, like, helps, like, pretty much communicate any extra settings to the asset, so it actually, like, functions. So there's that. And then there's these other things. These are pretty much just kind of like, I think there's a more proper explanation regarding what each of these nodes do. But in a nutshell, these pretty much kind of tell, it pretty much tells the asset here, like, okay, this is, depending on these conditions, you make sure that if it's being tracked, you're gonna do this following stuff. If it's not being tracked, then you're just gonna not track. That's pretty much, again, in a nutshell. So I'm not gonna go over every little thing, but what's more important, I'd say, the most important nodes to be aware about are these nodes. So these nodes here are pretty much the ones you want to mostly focus. So let's say, for example, you feel like your tracking is jittery. This applies to webcam as well, or just any tracking solution you're using. There should be, like, either a smooth blend shape list, a smooth rotation, or even a smooth position node here. So if you ever see that your tracking is a bit jittery and you want to smooth it out, you can always be able to increase the smoothness, so that way you have more smoothness or more speed to it. It really depends on what you want. The default settings are quite fine, but again, if you experience a lot of jitteriness, you may want to increase those, or again, adjust your lighting IRL, adjust your camera placement. That will definitely help with, you know, making jitter less appear on your tracking. So there you go. So there's that. You can also, if you want to have a sleeping idle animation, you can also set it up here, actually, fun fact. So on generate head, idle head, if I were to cover the tracking, then it'll have it where the character is just, you know, in tracking loss. But here, I'm going to just quickly show you how to do the sleep tracking here. Simply, all you mainly have to do is just make the squint eye set to 1, so the eyes are closed, and then go to head tilt here and just adjust adjust these sliders. That's pretty much how you can set up a quick sleeping one. There's a more advanced way of doing it, but we're not gonna get into that in this tutorial, but this is just something quick, really, and it's all thanks to this node here. So that's how you can be able to do a quick sleeping idle, and then when you uncover the camera, actually, wait, hold up. Did they change it on the update? No, wait, hold up. I used to do this on my old setting. Huh. I guess it's not letting me, okay, I guess it's not letting me do it this time, huh. Okay, okay, never mind actually, never mind. Because I used to do this in my old setting, but I guess it just doesn't want to work anymore. Alright, that's fine. If it doesn't want to do it, that's fine. Let's just not. Alright. Alright, let's just not bother with that then in that case. Hold up, actually. Hold up, okay, technical difficulties. I'm trying to do a sleep idle thing, and this thing is just being, baka right now. Now test chan's all broken up. Warudo, stop updating this thing! Actually, I don't even know if it's Warudo doing that. Alright, let's just, yeah. Let's just, not do that then. Alright. Please ignore what Kana just said a couple minutes ago. If needed, I'll just explain later in this tutorial on how to do a proper sleeping idle animation. But yeah, like right now, this used to, again, I use this in my current setup, but it's not working. Oh well. Again, technical difficulties is what it is. At least you'll learn from my mistakes, pretty much. But yeah. All right. So, anyways, you can be able to have a generate idle head animation if you want, or you could just disable it like what I just did. And here you can be able to edit your audio lip sync. So you can be able to set it to yes, you can set the weight, the microphone, and you can be able to restart if you have some issues. You can even make the volume threshold if you wanna, which it says here, if the current volume is below this threshold, the lip sync will be disregarded. So pretty much if my volume is like 10, like if I'm like talking like very low or something like that, then it won't detect the audio lip sync. But again, like my microphone is very loud, so I'm not gonna bother with that. But that's if you want to like make sure like any small talking is like undetected, or if maybe you want it where or maybe if you do want it where when you mumble a lot, it works better. So there's that. Default calibration, there's this one. You can actually calibrate, so if you want to have a bit more accuracy with your lip sync, you can calibrate and be able to do, like, you could choose either custom, which you could do, like, you know, whatever stuff you want, or the normal vowels, and you'll be able to record from there. So if I press on OK, you can click on start calibrate, and you should be able to do it for 1 second. So I could do this. E U E O, like that, and you should be able to press on OK, so that way you can be able to have like your own like profile, like calibrated profile for this. But otherwise, yeah, I should be able to do that, and you should have it as test lip sync. So press on OK, and you should be able to see like the lip sync is you know, there's a bit more. It did change definitely. So I honestly now I'm debating like which one's actually better. Maybe this one's actually pretty good. But you can always, like, if by any chance, let's say for example the U here is a bit too much, you can be able to like reduce the max weight of it, so that way it's not that too much. But you know, you can be able to do that and be able to calibrate your lip sync from there. And you can even add smoothness to your tracking, so there's that. And you can even remove input from mouth blend shapes. Wait. Yeah, so this kind of just limits the iPhone blend shape pretty much. Yeah, so if you want it, like, it just kind of really depends on your preference, really. I will leave this as no, but again, to your preference, you can set to yes if you want to have like some limit with AirKit. This is probably good if you want to like reduce some stretching but still want to use lip sync. And then binary eyes is mainly like if you want to go for like a stylized look. So if you want, again, if you're trying to go for like an anime style tracking and you want it where it's very snappy, or maybe for like, I don't know, depending on the style that you're going for, if you want something that where the tracking, the lip sync is a bit more snappier, then you can use this instead. Otherwise though, there's that. And then, pretty much from there, you should be able, there's also the character look at target. This is more like if you want your character to follow the camera. So when you rotate the camera, you see that your character is looking at it. But again, if you don't want that, you can of course disable it here. So that way your character is not following the camera. Just have preference if you want. And then, pretty much these blueprints here, these are just pretty much just kind of like the reason why these are kind of like retargeting the tracking data of, you know, iFacial mocap or your webcam to your character. So I best not mess with these nodes here, because these are the reason why you're even tracking in the first place. So yeah, but that's in a nutshell what you have to edit, excluding how I kind of fricked up the explanation on this one. Again, this is a tutorial stream. You're bound to see Kana struggling to explain stuff, but you know, you have, you know, you can mess with these blueprints here, smoothness, generate head, look at, and the lip sync here, and that you can be able to refine your tracking further if you like. But that's pretty much the main things you need to know. Otherwise, for more advanced users, you can refer to the documentation, as there's a lot more explanation in regarding to what these nodes do. So that way you can be able to like build your own blueprint from scratch if you prefer. Now, leap motion, similar, but it's mainly for hands. It looks like this. Oh, scary. Same thing with webcam tracking. It may look a bit scary. But just to kind of like break it down a bit more, over here, again, a lot of the nodes you don't have to worry about unless you're an advanced user. But pretty much, here, this is where this is communicating with the asset on like, oh, we're gonna be able to retarget the, you know, it's talking to the asset, so that way it gets the tracking to you. Over here I mentioned that this node here allows it so your character is resetted, so when you disable the blueprint, your tracking will restart, so it doesn't look janky when you turn it off. And then over here, this is where you can actually tell it to have a keyboard. So if you want to actually change how your keyboard is set up, such as the fingertip distance, the finger curl amount, and all that, you can be able to adjust it here. Is it yeah, so elbow upward, yeah, you should be able to like further adjust your keyboard the way the keyboard should be like, so you have something a little bit more natural. So I definitely recommend, if you use keyboard quite heavily, edit these settings. And then for the most part, you can also adjust the position here. So if you want to add some smoothness to your leap motion, you can add the position here. There should also be, yes, so you can also add a smoothness rotation to the fingers if you want some smoothness in rotations. Again, if you see any jitter. But other than that, like, that's kind of the only things you really have to worry about for hand relaying tracking is the smoothness nodes that I mentioned. And if you're using keyboard, this node to refine it. That's kind of the main thing you just really need to know. And oh boy, there's a lot more information I have to share with you, but at least like so far, if you kind of follow along, you should at least have some basic tracking going on. And if you are messing with the blueprints, at least have some refinement when it comes to your tracking, at least some. And also, again, you can, you know, if you have the expression key binding going on, you can, of course, adjust these to work with your character. So, for example, if I press the 1, like Alt-1 here, I should be able to have a joy face going on, so it works fine, like so. And I can be able to toggle it on and off. But again, like, you know, you can be able to adjust this further, but it's pretty much just these nodes here. So there's 2 nodes that does the expression stuff. It's on keystroke, which you can look up here, on keystroke, which looks like this, on keystroke pressed, looks like this. And then toggle character expression, you can do toggle character expression if you want to do that. Otherwise, also to save you some convenience, for you, especially if you have multiple expressions you want to toggle, you can of course just control left click and then control C, then control V to like duplicate it. I'll come back to this though, because there is like a specific workflow that has to go regarding registering expressions. So it's kind of painful, but I will go over that in just a moment. But, or not in a moment, it just kind of depends when we get there. But I just want to like quickly like elaborate some blueprint stuff, so at least you're a little bit more familiar with how the blueprint setup works. But again, there's still more that we do have to cover, and try your best, everyone. Believe me, I understand if it comes off complicated, if you feel like you're stressed, overwhelmed, I can understand that. This can be painful. It takes time learning, and I'm here with you, alright? Hi Kana, I do know, do you know what shaders they use for shadows? Veibe's using Nilotune, yes. She's using Nilotune for the shadow casting, and you need Warudo Pro for that. So, that's her setup. And so she's using Warudo Pro. She's using, I believe now the newest, she's probably using the newest Nilotune version now. And she definitely, I know that her modeler did recently got Nilotune, so, you know, she did commission her modeler to set up Nilotune for her, I believe. Again, I don't know every little detail, but that's just, you know, based on, like, what I heard from other sources. So if you want to get Nilotune again, it is a very big budget. We're not going to be going over Nilotune or Warudo Pro in this tutorial, as I rather would let Tiger explain it for others, which you'll have to email him. So you could look up the Warudo documentation. There's a section called Warudo Pro. It'll explain to you what Warudo Pro includes and where to get it, which you'll have to contact. And Tiger will tell you about the pricing, which yes, it's a paid feature. I can't tell you what the pricing is, as it's a case-to-case basis. So yeah. Do you have any idea how, you have no idea how much help you've been for, our, sorry, my lip, my English, you have, yeah, I think, you're welcome, I am glad to help you out. Yes, I hope that made sense with that kind of gibber. Anyways, back to tutorial stuff. Alright, so here, besides that, you should at least have some familiarity with the blueprint so far. Again, not complete familiarity, as there's more that I do have to go over with you guys. But before we get more in depth with the blueprint, I'm gonna quickly show you, or we're gonna take our sweet time regarding the Discover tab. And then after the Discover tab here, I'm going to then go over some menu stuff you need to know. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go more in depth regarding the assets and the blueprints. Starting with assets, so that way we can be able to add some cool stuff to our scene and being able to just make our tracking a little bit more prettier. And then blueprints, where we'll be doing some advanced toggles. Again, nothing too crazy like this gamepad thing here. We're not going to do that crazy stuff. But just at least having... you know, at least just having some more improvement with our current scene for now. So, let's start off with Discovery tab. So, hi, welcome to the Discovery tab. This is pretty much the extension of Steam Workshop for Warudo. This is where you can get all the assets you could ever want. Now, do keep in mind, though, there may be some assets you can't be able to find. So, for example, if I go into search and I type in a goldfish, and I press on that, you may find, like, a fish. I was the one that posted the fish. But you won't be able to find an actual goldfish, though. So keep in mind there are some limits regarding what to look for, as it really just depends on who in the community posted what. So, but even then, there's still so much stuff you can download here. So, in Discover, you can be able to look up stuff. Let's say, for example, I want maybe a soccer ball, because I want to do a sports stream. Look, a soccer ball's right there. You can be able to use a soccer ball, or maybe even a pokeball and all that. So, you can be able to look up some stuff, see if it's available to you. So you can download that. You can also, there's categories, so you can, let's say for example, you don't have a character at all, you can be able to download characters here by clicking on character, and you can see some pretty looking characters. You know, there's these you can download. You can even download some Void models to test with. There are probably some uploads here that kind of don't make sense, like these two. You can check it out if you want, but otherwise there may be some spam that you may notice. Just disregard them. Usually it's thumbnails like this that are like potential spam. I mean, if you want to take the risk of downloading it, should be fine. I mean, obviously there should not be any viruses, because Steam does look for viruses and stuff, so, you know, you should be fine. But you can check them out, if by chance, you know, maybe they're not spam, or otherwise, you know, usually just look out for the thumbnail. That's all I can recommend you. So you can check out some different characters. You can even get Test Chan and Test Kun here. So instead of downloading from Boost, you could just download them here, and you'll just get the files like right there and then for testing purposes. So you can follow along with this tutorial. So so simply, if you want to download a character, you just click on the little thing there, and you can either press on like or you can press on subscribe. This is how you can be able to download it. It's completely free, no payment required. You just press on the button and you'll be able to subscribe away. But if I click on this button, then I will literally lose test chan and I will crash everything. So yeah, so pretty much here you just click on subscribe, or if you want some more information or well, usually most of the info's here, but anything regarding to crediting the artist or anything like that, you can click on view on Steam and the Steam thing will pop up for you. But otherwise, you know, just that pretty much. But there's characters. You can even download some pretty environments. So mainly the person that posts the environments is SLM. They are actually someone who works alongside with the Warudo dev actually. So if you ever see SLM, you better tell them thank you, because they're the reason why Twitter, the Warudo Twitter account has pretty videos. It's because SLM is the video editor for them and posting beautiful assets. So thank them for everything. But I will say you can also, if you want to, let's say, check out a certain person because some of their works are like really nice and you only want works from that person, you can be able to click on their profile right here, and you can even view their Steam profile, or you can also just check out like similar assets that they have posted before. So there you go. You can be able to do that, or just go back to Discover and then look for what you're trying to look for. And in case you're wondering, what's the difference? Why do some of the assets mention URP? So URP stands for Universal Rendering Pipeline. It's I made a video regarding the difference between built-in render pipeline, which is what pretty much the free version of Warudo has, VC Face, Vina, pretty much every VTuber program in existence all use built-in render pipeline. But Universal Rendering Pipeline, because Warudo has the Warudo Pro feature for Nilotune, and Nilotune is exclusively Universal Rendering Pipeline, the only people that can use anything that mentions like URP are only people that are Warudo Pro users. You can even click on the thing here, and it even mentions for Warudo Pro users only, meaning you have to pay for Warudo or just obtain Warudo Pro from the dev when you email them. You should be, this is how you'll be able to like use this environment. But even then, both, whether URP or not, they're both still really beautiful, and SLM puts a lot of work into it, so just keep that in mind. There may be some slight differences you may notice, but otherwise it looks about the same, and it's really pretty. So, so I recommend for most users that are on the free version of Warudo, just stick with the ones that don't mention URP. Or if they, because I also posted props myself, I should be able to like go to publish items here. But I even have, like, if you ever happen to see my props that says BIRP or burp and Warudo Pro URP support, this is just saying that it works with both, whether you are a pro user or not. It works with both seamlessly. So you can, if you want, you can download these converted props I prepared you guys. But otherwise, though, you know, you can get yourself a nice environment. You can get yourself some nice props. You can also get some nice plugins. These plugins are really nice if you want to, you know, have something like more advanced. Now, I'll go over the props on what I recommend downloading. The other plugins, again, they're still good, but it just really depends on what you want. But I'll go over this in just a moment, but you can get plugins. Miscellaneous is referring to anything different. You can get some, mainly, I kind of call this the animation tab at this point, because out of everything else that's well, you could also share like PNG images if you want, for like PNG props. Or even sound files if you like. That's what miscellaneous can be used for, just anything other than the ones categorized. But you can, mainly you can be able to download some animations, which I've converted some animation for you guys, so y'all can do some funny memes. Use them! Alright. You can also sort by recent, most popular, updated, and most subscribed if you want. I don't really use this, but you can if you are, you know, wanting to explore some stuff. And you can also be able to, you know, once you click on a prop and let's say you press on download or subscribe here, you should be able to go to the subscribe items and be able to view the stuff that you have downloaded. So that way, like, if you want to unsubscribe, let's say for example, this one, I don't need this anymore, you can press on unsubscribe and you should be able to just, you know, like not be able to have it anymore, but you can always re-download anytime you like. So there's that. Now, Also, for publish items, this is where you should be able to publish your own stuff. So let's say you're using the Warudo SDK, which, again, I have a Warudo SDK that goes over every single thing that you can convert. There may be some information that may lack in the SDK tutorials purely because some of them are like a case-to-case basis. For example, explaining every little detail of the Poyomi settings are not in the SDK tutorials because going over every little detail of Poyomi is pretty much its own tutorial. So just keep that in mind. You're going to have to do some self-experimenting, but at least you'll get the general gist of the SDK when you watch those tutorials. Alright, so you can be able to create an item here, again, once you follow the SDK tutorials and you have something to share. You can set up a title, a description, what the tag is going to be. This is where you can add the item that you want. Let's say you want to share, like, I don't know, you modeled a cup of coffee for the community. You can be able to press on the plus button here, and you can be able to, like, find the file there and share it away. You can even add an image by clicking on Open Image Folder, add your PNG there, and you can add a thumbnail. You can also set it to be public, or if you want it to be specific, you know, like let's say you want it to be a private thing for like friends only, like only friends can get access to said item, or maybe for like if you're a coder and you're wanting to have some beta testers for a certain thing, you can set the private or you can set it to unlisted, or people with the link has it, but private is more of like it's only exclusive to you, or if you invite, it's kind of like YouTube's when unlist and private feature. So yeah, but again, usually I just post it to public, but again, it's just kind of like what you want. And then you can tell it, have it where you can either require credit, like people have to credit you, or not. Usually I choose not to have attribution sometimes, unless I'm converting, like if I'm converting an asset to the workshop for others, usually I just put requires like attribution, because it's always nice to credit. It's good to have a habit of crediting people. So yeah. But this is how you can be able to like create a workshop item. I already made a tutorial regarding the Warudo Steam Workshop or Discovery tab. So if you ever need like a refresher, you can either rewatch this, or you can again check out that workshop tutorial I made if you really just want to see me actually like, you know, put in details. So yeah. Now let's go over some plugins that we may need, so that way you as a Warudo user should, you know, you should be like good to go. Now, I won't be covering every single plugin as they will be their own tutorial, but I'm just going to be going over the most important ones that you have to download. Like, it's a must-have, so that way you can be able to, like, you know, like, let's say especially if you commission somebody for a Warudo scene, these are probably the nodes you may end up needing the most. So, let's start off, let's see, the text, asset, and accessors. When you find this here in the plugins, I recommend downloading this. This is so you can be able to have text support, like actual like text props for your Warudo scene setup. You can have things where, for example, if somebody sends you, like, so let's say somebody subs to your Twitch and they have like a sub message, you can have it where the sub message can actually beat up your character. So that you could do some cool stuff like that, or pretty much have raining text if you like. So you can do that. Kind of like what was it? I don't remember what that virtual cast. They have something like that. This is pretty much what emulates it. Also, I don't know if you guys hear loud noises, but there's a lot of motorcycles going on. Please excuse those obnoxious motorcycles. Alright, the next thing I would recommend getting would be the get average color node. This is good if you want to have, like, you know how, like, let's say, you know how, like, live 2D models, they have this feature where depending on your desktop screen, it changes the color of your character's lighting, especially for spooky games. This node pretty much allows that. I forgot to post a tutorial on how to use this, so apologies on that. I'll make sure there's a tutorial about this. I just simply forgot to post it. But this is good if you want to have like that light, you know, that reactive light function. So just keep that in mind. You can download that. If you want to have some emote droppers, you can be able to download this emotes from Twitch message if you want emotes falling from the sky. So you can download this, again, just simply subscribe, and you can be able to use this so emotes just fall on your face. Another thing also, if you're someone who is a photographer, or I wouldn't say, well, yeah, I guess you could say you're someone that takes pictures, you know, you want to share some beautiful pictures on Twitter or social media, but the thing is that you need like a custom screenshot for every like screenshot that you make, or if you want something that goes beyond 1080p, then you can be able to use the custom resolution screenshot node, so you can be able to have some custom a custom resolution for your screenshots. So that's something I recommend downloading. You could use a resize screen node if you want to, let's say for example, have like a hotkey where you have the resolution for TikTok and the resolution for like normal stuff, or if by any chance you lag, lower your resolution with a hotkey. If you want that, that's fine. If you're someone who really wants some advanced controls with how your cameras act, by all means you can be able to use Warudo control. I haven't learned this quite yet. I have it downloaded, but I haven't learned it yet. But if you want some advanced camera controls, especially if you want to do things that are very very cinematic, then I would recommend downloading this. Otherwise, if you want to keep it simple for your cameras, then you don't need this at all. So there's that. If you want to do material toggles with your Warudo setup, now for Warudo, if you're just a simple like VRM model with Mtune, you don't necessarily need this as much, because you can just be able to set those up in Warudo's default material settings. But if you're doing things like, let's say you're doing some Nilo tune toggles, or maybe Lil Tune or Poyomi toggles, and especially like because this isn't VSF Avatar, it's Warudo. So, if you're gonna do like custom shaders and you want to do some custom like material toggles, then I heavily recommend this plugin. It's not exclusive to character toggles. This could just be for any prop even. So this is definitely a must-have if you want to do some crazy material toggle stuff. If you're someone that wants to have like dynamic like bones, I don't recommend dynamic bones. I personally use magic cloth or just normal VRM spring bones if it's just VRM. But if you want to use dynamic bones at a preference, you can be able to have a set dynamic bones property node, so you can have more advanced settings on how you can toggle, like how you can set up your physics. So pretty nice. And then we have cooldown settings. This is nice if you want to like if you want to do some cooldown or flow for a certain amount of time. For, let's say, I personally use this to simplify my spin node, so you can download these if you want, but otherwise if you don't have a use for these, you don't have to worry about it. If you want to do a rainbow redeem, you can also use a rainbow color node, so there's that if you like. And then, let's see, there's Feline's head pat node, so if you want to have like a head pat redeem, then I heavily recommend like downloading this, so that way you can have some like a head pat redeem. And if you're someone that heavily wants to use VTube Studio as your main tracking, because VTube Studio is a free app and also works with 3D as well in terms of the face tracking, so you can use this plugin. And also, if you want to use Meowface at preference, then this is how you can be able to give Warudo Meowface support. So this is a must-have to download if you want to use it for those cases. Otherwise, if you prefer the default mocap thing, like if you use iFacial mocap or something else, then you don't need it. But again, I recommend downloading it. And then if you want to have a, like, let's say if you crash very often, you can be able to have an autosave node, so that way, you know, your work can be autosaved. But otherwise though, if you don't need autosaving, that's fine. Reminder, by the way, menu, save, I'll go over this again, but this is how you'll be able to save your scenes. So just keep that in mind. Then we have Feline's flow tool. This is mainly just to have some extra settings. I think I use this mainly just for testing purposes, really. For the most part, I just mainly use these for like testing related stuff. So you can download this just, you know, in a case of like if some, you know, depending on like what if you commission your scene from somebody else, you may potentially they may end up using those nodes. So just keep in mind, you may want to download it, just, you know, better safe than sorry. This one's a heavy must download because Warudo does not have animation like support by default in terms of non-humanoid bones. Like for example, if you want to use the Unity anim files, let's say from VSF Avatar, and you want to use it for your Warudo avatar instead, this is the only way you can be able to do that for Warudo. So you need to. It's pretty much this should be a native setting in Warudo, but it's apparently not. So I recommend just download this, and that way, if you're gonna do some advanced like animation stuff, or especially if you commission your Warudo scene from somebody, then please download this. Keep it. I don't care if you don't even use this. I don't care if you just use a simple void model. Just download just in case. It's more of a. This is like something that should be native to Warudo. But yeah, but for the most part, I just went over like the most important notes. Also, I just realized something. There's a missing. Hold up. There's. Oh no. There's supposed to be a health bar. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to probably mess. Uh-oh. Okay, there's a missing plugin. There's supposed to be a health bar, plugin, but it went away. I think it's because, for some reason, some plugins accidentally got deleted. So, I'll be sure to let Feline know that their health bar node settings are, accidentally, disappear. Actually, I could just quickly message them in case, like, mid-tutorial they, bring it back. 1 second. Timeout time! Hold up. I can't see the health bar prop in the Warudo workshop. Double check if Steam deleted it on accident. Alright, I just let them know just to double check, because there was supposed to be a health bar node that was pretty much a must-have, but it's actually missing, so yeah, I'll be sure, but like whenever it appears again, you should be able to see it, but otherwise, yeah, just keep that in mind. There was supposed to be, there may be some missing plugins, but otherwise though, I just went over the most important ones. There's still more. Again, there's still a lot of plugins that you could download, so it just really depends on what you want. So for example, if you want to use stream elements in Warudo natively, you can use stream elements, or even OBS events and stuff. Really depends on what you want, or even have like mouse position nodes similar to what VTube Studio has. It really depends on what you want. I definitely recommend going through each of the nodes, think about what you want for your setup, and just going from there. I don't really recommend everyone download every single node, because some nodes, depending on the update, may freak out. I don't think so, but again, better safe than sorry, you never know. So I advise mainly just download the most important nodes that you are going to actually use, and then if you again commission your Warudo scene file or something from someone else, make sure to consult them on what plugins they use, because if you're missing a plugin and you download like a scene file, then it's going to load improperly because of that. So just explore, have fun with the discovery tab. And oh boy, that's a lot of information I kind of threw out just because of this tab alone. Jesus Christ. But otherwise though, we're gonna go over our menu here. This is the main, like, other UI thing. These other things, by the way, this Twitch thing, this is connected to the menu. These are all connected to the menu. This is, these two here are just plugins, by the way. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. But we're just gonna focus on this menu here. So press on the paw, the purple paw here. This is where you can be able to add a new scene. So if you want to make a new scene again, you can add a new scene here. You can open a scene if you want to open like a different scene that you have. You can even save a scene or save it as a different scene. Or if you're running through some issues that you notice, you may want to either reload or restart. The difference between these, they just kind of do about the same thing in a nutshell. Like, there's some slight differences between the two, but otherwise, for the most part, I mainly just use reload scene, and that's about it. And if by any chance I absolutely have to like restart Warudo, I just restart Warudo. Open data folder is good if you want to, like, let's say for example, which I should be able to safely show you. Oh, hold up, let me double check, just to make sure no NDA files exposed on accident. Okay, we're good. So, just want to make sure I don't expose anything on accident. Alright, so display capture here. Here's File Explorer. This is how the data assets folder looks like. You'll be able to have animations, character animations. You can put your characters, environments. So pretty much, if you let's say you found on Boost a Warudo asset and it's not on the Steam Workshop, then by all means you can be able to manually download just by copying the Warudo file over to here. So you can even put, if you're a Warudo Pro user, you can put MMD stuff. But here, let's say for props, I have it where also thank God it doesn't show any NDA files. Alright, so, but here, you can see that, you know, they're in the Warudo format here. So you can be able to manually download, or if you are, let's say for example, you are making your own props with the Warudo SDK, then you can be able to put your own custom props in here, and you will be able to, you'll be able to load it here. So you can, again, characters, if you have a Warudo avatar file here, you load it into characters. If you have a screenshot that you took in Warudo, then you can have screenshots here, which I just screenshot myself with Nilotune or for thumbnails. So you can take screenshots here. There's also scenes. This is very important. Again, if you're downloading a scene from someone you commissioned from, this is where you'll put your scene file at. Or you can be able to save or even delete scene files. So if you were to click on open scene, you'll be able to, whoops, I accidentally showed the model, but that's fine. But let's say like you can show some scene files here, then you can see that you can be able to delete the scene files here pretty much. So there you go. And also, yeah, so props, you can even have videos, sounds. This is pretty much where anything that you want to put that's custom made, you put them in these folders. Just remember that. And then if you run into some issues with Warudo and the dev or any coder ask for your player log, again, keep in mind about your file path. You may want to DM the player log instead of posting it on a public server. But you can press on the open logs folder here, and you should be able to copy the player log here. Now, I recommend before you send your player log to a dev or the Warudo dev especially, make sure that you exit out of Warudo and then you give the player log, because otherwise you're just going to be giving them nothing, because it's kind of like right now, because Warudo's active, it's kind of like it's like creating the player log. So you want to exit out of Warudo before giving the dev the player log. Just keep that in mind. Other than that, you can even change to light mode or to dark mode here if you prefer. And then you can have press help, which will give you some further help regarding Warudo. The about will pretty much tell you what version of Warudo you're on, as well as telling you every plugin that you have downloaded. So there's that. And then here in settings, you can be able to adjust all your stuff here. So you can go into general, you can set it to English, or, you know, it should be auto detected, but otherwise you can have either English, Japanese, or Mandarin. Sadly, there's no other language support yet, but again, if you happen to be a translator, by all means, please contact Tiger, and he will love, he will love it if people can contribute to any like language translation stuff. But there's that. You can have it where it launch editor on start. So if you don't want this editor popping up every single time you load Warudo, you can say yes, or you can say no. I personally have it on because I do make edits and I also work with clients, so I always have it as yes. But for your personal case, you don't have to, so it's just one window that appears. And also, just to say as well, if you press on exit for the editor, all you have to do is press on the escape key to launch the editor, so that way it comes back. And that's how you can be able to bring it back. So, alright, back to settings here. Here, you can be able to choose your output. I recommend leaving the spout output on, so that way you can load your VTuber avatar in OBS. You can also have NDI if you use multi-V often, or virtual camera if you do a lot of Discord calls. But I do recommend, if you're only just gonna do it for simple VTubing, have the NDI and the virtual camera set to no. For my case, I have it set to yes because my PC can tolerate Warudo, and also I use these quite regularly because, you know, I collab with friends, or I go on Discord calls, so I have those on preference. But again, that's for your case. Please leave this thing set to no. This thing freaking breaks your camera stuff whenever you have a controller on. Now, technically, if you have an Xbox controller, you're actually fine, I think. But even then, it's like you would want to set this to no. This is kind of buggy. Because a cool thing about Warudo is you can turn your controller into an actual like camera controller, which is really nice, especially for virtual production stuff. But like, this is kind of buggy. I would recommend, if you have an Xbox controller and you use this on the regular, you can have it as yes. But otherwise, if you never use a game controller, or if let's say you want to use it for, like, let's say a PlayStation or a DualShock controller for the camera stuff, it's still buggy. Just leave it as no, and hopefully, like, in the future, this will get improved. Just don't touch it. That's all I can recommend, unless you know what you're doing, or you contact the dev for further assistance regarding setting this up properly. Because every time I try this, it just results into some issues. So again, Xbox controllers. Alright, so besides that, this is where you can be able to set up your Windows width and height. I've also mentioned that there is a plugin that in the Discovery tab that you can use to, like, have a hotkey to change these settings. But otherwise, though, you can set up manually here by setting it to, like, 1080p, or if by any chance you notice that having a high resolution is a bit much, or maybe you want even higher for some reason because you have an 8K monitor, then you can be able to increase it. You can increase the width and height however you like. But again, I recommend just leave it as 1080p as the max. Anything lower, you know, it just really depends on what you want. Fixed window sizes, mainly if you don't want to accidentally exit out or press these buttons. So that way, like, it's mainly just so you don't, actually you can still press the exit button. It's just more of, you don't want to mess with the window size too often. If you want to just keep it the same, then you can press on yes, but do note that it will make it a little harder for your Windows little toolbar here to appear unless you press on the Windows button. So unless you, like, really value unless you really value the little Windows toolbar at the bottom, you can set it to yes, so that way you can have it where the screen is not messed with. And then you can set limit FPS, whether to 120, no FPS, or like unlimited FPS, or I pretty much prefer setting it to 30 FPS to reduce lag that Warudo offers, because Warudo, again, it's an intense program. It can tank up your PC, so I recommend staying on 30 FPS. But if you really want smoothness, you can set it to 60 if you like, and if your PC can handle it. I recommend leaving VSync as no, but if it helps you with your FPS, you can set it to yes, but I usually set it to no. Anti-aliasing by default is set to FXAA. This is pretty much like the low, like, you can set it so you don't have anti-aliasing, but it does make it where your pretty much, it makes you, the lower, pretty much the more top here that you get, the more sharper your pixels look, but the more higher that you get, the more smoother that your pixels will look like. But again, it also uses more computer resources, so just keep that in mind. I recommend unless you're a perfectionist, or at least you want to, like, really refine your pixels a bit more, you can mess with these and you have a powerful PC. Otherwise, though, for most users, I probably would just leave this on, like, leave this as the default, just so you don't have lagging issues with Warudo. Process priority, this is mainly, like, this is for, like, if you experience more lagging issues with Warudo that you have to mess with the settings. I personally set it to real time because it kind of just it just makes sure that Warudo doesn't lag when I click off of Warudo. So this is what I personally recommend. I just use it for real time, and then I have increased GPU priority to, again, just try and make Warudo just less laggy when possible, especially with how my setup is a bit extreme. So there's that. if you're a Steam VR user, you can be able to set up your Steam VR stuff. We're not going over Steam VR stuff in this tutorial though, but I will try and make a separate tutorial regarding the Steam VR. Although it is kind of alpha though, so yes, you can have native VR support in Warudo, but it is kind of buggy, so just be very mindful about that. You can set up Rokuko, which is just studio part. If you're a Bilibili user, you can set up your stream events here and setting up the room ID. If you are, whoa, okay, there, okay, excuse me. If you are a Twitch user, you should be able to have it here. You can also have YouTube here, but do keep in mind when you press on YouTube that it's going to pop up all this mess here. So I'd say, and every time you press on the exit here, that thing's going to keep on reappearing. So I recommend if you're going to be using the YouTube support here, I recommend, I personally just recommend only have this on when you're actually streaming on YouTube. Otherwise, I just use StreamerBot, just so it's like, it's not in the way. Alright, and then I'm not going to go over Nilatoon. So Nilatoon, Motion Builder, Chingmu, and OptiTrack, these are Warudo Pro features. This is more for like corporate stuff or like if you have a very expensive setup, that's for Warudo Pro. I'm not going to go over that. And then pretty much the rest of these, I'm not going to be going over all these extra stuff. These are more like depending on the plugin you download, you'll probably have some extras that appear down here. So these are just extra stuff really. Like for example, the Twitch emote spawner, you can be able to see some settings here. You can be able to have like autosave. It lets you know like any messages and stuff. Not all of them, whoa, okay. Not all of them like have the like setting stuff, so just be mindful and also be careful when you showcase some of these things. I mean, the OBS event thing should be fine to show because at least it censors like some information, but even then I don't want people connecting remotely to my OBS, so I'm not showing that password. Luckily they censored. Thank you, Dev. Alright, so anyway though, either way, that's pretty much the settings. So at least hopefully now you're at least, after all that crazy explanation, we're still not done, because that was just the UI stuff. Now we already went over everything about Discovery tab, and I already went over the entirety of this menu area here. Oof. So pretty much the next thing is that we're gonna go over some asset panel stuff, so that way, as a, you know, for you as a Warudo user, you can be able to get some functionalities, like, you know, you'll understand like how to do some certain stuff, so you can really finesse your Warudo scene. And then we'll be going over some more advanced stuff, because now we're slowly going away from beginner territory, and we're going slowly more into intermediate, slowly, not there yet, but slowly. But I will say before we go over the asset stuff though, we do have to, I should have mentioned this earlier though, but I had to like explain everything about the UI, so it's easy, you know, so that way, you know, my leg. So that way you pretty much know like how to navigate through Warudo, so that way you know what you're doing pretty much. So I recommend, if you lost track of every little detail I explained regarding how to navigate the UI, then you might want to rewind this stream or check the VOD out, so that way you should be able to like you know, see how I explained everything, what things do, so that way you don't be clicking on the wrong buttons or something like that. But it's okay if you click on the wrong buttons, because again, you're just experimenting. Warudo's smart enough to know if you made a mistake, it'll fix itself. Alright, but either way, for onboarding assistant, we're gonna quickly make our interactions, and I'm gonna be going over some cool things you can do with your assets, and then some cool blueprint tricks, so that way you can advance your Warudo scene setup. So, interaction setup, make sure onboarding assistant's still here. Click on get started. Here you're going to be able to connect your Twitch or YouTube, depending on what you want. Let's start off with Twitch, as it's more commonly used. So click on OK. You will log into Twitch with your browser and then press on OK. Click the wrong button. Start It's alright. Alright, so you can be able to see the throwing items here. You can be able to tell it if you want it to be, you know, do you want it to be on a channel message, such as the exclamation mark throw, or you can have it where on channel follow, or if somebody subscribes or points redeem, you should be able to have it where it's like you can throw stuff. I pretty much have them all like set up so that way you kind of see like for reference how I set this thing up. So, you know, you can kind of copy these settings. I don't care. So, there you go. And do keep in mind, by the way, that for channel point redeems, if you are a Twitch user, you do need to manually put in the channel point redeem on your Twitch channel. This is not automatic like StreamerBot does it. So, or even like Vinyan's Twitch system. So, you will have to manually put, create a channel point in your Twitch that has the same exact name. And keep in mind too, be mindful of spaces. They are also included. So you want to make sure that any spaces that may appear at the end are not there. But there you go, you can be able to like set those up, and it's pretty much about the same. Again, you can set it to message, follow, sub, channel point, or bits even, like on minimum. Like, so if someone redeems like 100 bits, then they'll throw like a couple objects. So you can press on OK. You can have spawning stickers, which is really nice. And again, it's pretty much the same thing over and over. It's just a matter of what you personally want. Again, you can copy the settings that I have shown here if you really want. I don't care. But just, you know, just keep in mind that it's just kind of a matter of what you want. Then launching Liquid, you can again also like set to follow, sub, and you can even have it on a channel point redeem. I can set it to bits. Whatever you want, pretty much. You just set it up. You just set it up to what you personally want for your scene setup. Experiment it, and then you just press on OK. Then it's going to create blueprints for you, so that way. Also, test chan looks funny there. But right here, it will be able to set up the interaction blueprint, so that way you pretty much already have redeems going on for your setup. And it also even explains that other extra information. You know, like other extra information, you can even check out a blueprint tutorial from the documentation that explains about redeem stuff. So you can press OK, and if you want to have one for YouTube, you can press on the interaction setup here, click on YouTube, and then you can link your URL and so on. So, you know, you can do that, whichever like social media platform that you want to use, there's that. And like I mentioned with YouTube, you have to go to the menu, settings, go to YouTube, and then I personally recommend disable it, but when you do start streaming, then you press enable it manually, so that way the pop-up screen doesn't appear, unless you're fine with it. It's really up to you, really. I just started on blueprint. I just started on blueprints. I get what's going on, and yet at the same time I have no idea what's going on, but support has been very helpful. Yeah, I can understand. I already, like, just earlier in the stream, I already went through pretty much the basics of the UI for Warudo, so that way it's, like, easier for people to learn, like, the navigation, like, what the buttons do, and I already went over the discovery tab, like, you know, some stuff and recommended plugins, and I even already went over the entirety of the menu stuff. So again, if you missed that out and you need that information, you can skip back to the stream and check those out. But otherwise though, those have already been explained, and I just already explained how to do the interaction setup. So you should already now be able to have redeems for your stuff. Whether YouTube, Bilibili, or Twitch, you should be able to have the interaction nodes here. So, I'll go over the interaction, like how to make your redeems from complete scratch in just a moment. Also, Warudo. Oh no, don't tell me Warudo just crashed. Oh no. Oh, thank God. I'm about to say, I didn't want to crash. Or maybe it did crash. I'm actually gonna save the scene. Remember, if you see your test chan freezing like that, yeah, I think Warudo just crashed. Oh, there you go. Thank God. No crashing allowed, Warudo. Alright, so, anyways, you do see, like, again, you will see, like, the, blueprints here. Like I said, though, do make sure that you have set up the interaction setup exactly how you want it. We will go over on how to make these redeems from complete scratch, so that way, if you want something a bit more custom for your stuff, you should be able to know how to do it. But do excuse the fact that I'm lagging so much. I don't know why Warudo, doesn't love me anymore. Alright, so Now that we got that, if you've already set up the basic setup as well as the interaction setup, you don't need the onboarding assistant anymore. But again, though, if you're still getting familiar with Warudo, you can still keep it until you're ready to kind of just let it go. But we're going to be going over some settings. Yay! So, we'll be going over the settings that we have created earlier, you know, the character settings, the tracking settings, leap motion stuff, or I'll just quickly go over some tracking stuff to like note. But again, I've already made some individual tutorials regarding the tracking solution you want. There are some tracking tutorials I can't make because I simply just don't own the tracking solution. So, sorry that I'm broke, that I can't make a tracking tutorial for every tracking solution in the world. But either way, from here, we're gonna start off with character related stuff. So we're gonna focus on the character settings, and then we're gonna do the we're gonna do character, then we're gonna go over some tracking related stuff, and then go over some simple like camera basics, and then pretty much like, well, it's just, I can't really say I'll be going it in order, really. I'll just be showing you whatever just comes up in my mind, to help you kind of, like, enhance your, Warudo setup a bit more. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start off with character. So, character, this is where you'll be able to, adjust the placement. Oh! Yeah, this is where you can be able to adjust the placement of your character. Do keep in mind with keyboard, you may freak out a bit, so I don't recommend messing with the position at all for your character. This system is still kind of useful if you're gonna do things like utilizing intense blueprints, like walking around and stuff. Can you pile up your blueprints? Like, so again, like later we'll go over like blueprint related stuff. So after I go over like the asset stuff needed for beginners, I will be going over in-depth blueprints, not advanced stuff like the walk blueprint or the steppies or anything like that. That'll be their own tutorials, but I will be going over some like important stuff like how to toggle animations, how to toggle expressions, how to toggle things in the asset property. I'll be going over all that stuff. But yes, you can technically pile up your stuff in one redeem, although again, depending on your lagging, depending on your lag, you may not want to do that. It's best to just keep them separate, but it just really depends on how your PC tolerates it. Alright, so let's go over character. So character, we're gonna go, you know, main properties, you can change the scaling of your character. I can make myself a small test chan, and then I can be a giant test chan. So you can do that, or just mess those up. You can, of course, have stores. So if you download a character from the Steam Workshop, or you're trying to get your model loaded here, again, you can go to Open Characters folder, and you can be able here to load the character of choice. So for example, I can load my VRM model, for instance, and just give it some time because my model's like giant. Come on. Oh. Oh god, my eyes! My eyes! Okay, let's just not look at Kana's eyes. Kana's eyes are broken. Technical difficulties! Where's Tesh-chan at? Yeah, this is why I have an update version of my model, because my update version of my model fixed that issue. Anyways, though. Alright, so, back to Tesh-chan, though, you can change your avatar from there, and you can even press on the preview gallery to see your avatar. I won't do it because, again, there's actually a NDA character there that I don't want to show yet, so, yeah. But there is motion capture here. So motion capture, this is where you can be able to disable or enable your motion capture stuff. And I think I just broke my, wow, I just broke my eye facial mocap. Oh no. Another technical difficulty! Great. Yeah, I can't even rotate my head anymore. Help. Okay, 1 second. Let Kana just freaking do the thing. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, there you go. Tesh-chan can finally move again. Alright. Hold up, that was just a quick technical difficulty. I'll just disable the keyboard and the thing for now. Alright, so back to character. Yes, you can enable disable here, but as you just saw, I probably don't recommend that. But you can do quick calibration here, so I'll show you guys again on blueprints, advanced stuff to make. We're gonna be making a couple of blueprints, but again, we're not there yet. Hold your blueprint questions until we get there. But, here you can calibrate your mocap real quickly. You can also do blueprint navigation where you can click on these settings and it'll pretty much direct you instantly to where the setting is located, which is very convenient because if you want like to adjust your lip sync or adjust like your look at settings or even input, you just click on these settings here and it'll just automatically teleport you to where to look at. So yay, convenience. All right. You can then set up motion capture or remove it anytime if you have to debug your motion capture like that. Now, expression, this is where you can be able to set up all your expressions. And Tesh-chan has a lot of expressions. I'm gonna have to quickly remove some of these because of the fact that, there's just so much of it. Oh, there goes the expressions. Oh, and I accidentally deleted everything. Don't be like Kana. Alright, but here in expressions, you can be able to import VRM expressions if you want. This is very convenient if you don't want to import like every single expression, especially if you have like 50 different expressions you want to toggle from. There's that. But there's also a way you can hand prepare your toggles, which I'll show you. I could show you like how to like hand make the toggles real quickly, but otherwise you could just use import VRM expression to just like save you some time. So you can add an expression by pressing on add element, then clicking on the drop box here. Let's say we want to make this one a joy expression, then we set it to 0. We can say that the joy expression needs to disable eye tracking at least, and then we can have it where it's set to binary, which it means snappier. So if you want a blend shape to appear snappier, you can click on that, otherwise just leave it alone. Target blend shapes is just referring to what blend shapes are going to get triggered, so you just press the plus here, click the drop box here, or the drop down here, select your character or anything that's face related, and then press the blend shape of choice, joy. And then all these other settings are mainly like if you want something to be either snappy or you want to have some control in the smoothness of how it and like how it transitions in and out. There's that. And then you can be able to test it by pressing on enter expression to see like how it works. And you just pretty much have to adjust the settings to your liking depending on what you want. Constrained blend shapes. This is mainly, I made a tutorial of, I think, no, actually I did not make a tutorial about this. I made a tutorial about trigger conditions. But constrained blend shapes, I believe this is more of like, if there's any like any extra blend shapes that you want to use for like, for like extra control. This goes into like a bit more like from scratch or heavily edited model sort of thing. Void models don't have a constrained blend shape by default. So you don't have to worry about this if you're a void model. Target material properties, this is mainly like if you want to do material toggle stuff. You could, again, use a VRM, like a VRM proxy to make it easier for you. Again, if you have a VRM model, you could just use a VRM proxy to just have the material toggles. Or, again, if you don't want to use that and you want to have some a bit more advanced stuff, you can pretty much choose, let's say, like, you can pretty much just be able to, like, choose, like, what you want. Let's say... for some people, this might be a bit buggy, though. So I'm just gonna, I don't know, let's try and make this blue or something. And, property, oh yeah, you have to also, you may want to also definitely have Unity open so you can know what property you're trying to adjust from, so that way this thing can actually work. That's if you're trying to make the material property stuff from scratch. I'll probably make a dedicated tutorial on this when I have Unity open. But either way, there's that. You can do material toggles. You can even toggle game objects if you're someone that has like 50 different outfits and you want to toggle each of them. This is also very convenient to toggle objects. And then trigger conditions, if you want to emulate VC face expression detection or even Vignon's expression triggers, then this is pretty much how you do it. I already made a tutorial that pretty much elaborates how this works. So there's that you can do. There's a lot of settings you can do regarding your blend shape stuff. It can get overwhelming. I don't blame you. But you can do a lot of stuff, but again, you could keep it simple by doing just the import VRM expressions. Otherwise, though, like, I kind of helped guide you a bit on, like, navigating those extra settings here, so that way you can be able to, you know, do some whatever the heck I just did. But I'll just go ahead and just do it here. I don't care if Test-chan has hundreds of blend shapes. We'll only be doing just the first 5, pretty much. But either way, ignore all that stuff. Animation, everyone's favorite setting. Oh my god, it's amazing. 500 different animation to choose from? No way. So pretty much, you can be able to save an animation profile. You can even load an animation profile if you have different, like, profiles regarding your animation stuff. Or you can even open the animation profiles folder if you want to maybe delete some profiles or load one from somebody else or something like that. So you can do some profile stuff here, which is pretty nice. You can even change the idle animation. Let's say, for example, I want to change my idle animation where I kind of feel like I'm posing like a live 2D model. So I'm just going to choose something that's kind of smug. So, let's see here. These are dancing animations. Let's say, for example, this one. No, I want to be more smug. That's more like it. There you go. I'll be able to stream in this pose forever because I can emulate what a live 2D model does. Anyways, though, so you can have an idle animation set up if you like, and then you can even have overlaying animation, which is really nice if you want to combine different animations together. So let's say, I don't know, I want the bling 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 thing, and then I want it to be masked to the upper body. You can do this pretty much. And then you can adjust the weight. You can adjust the weight of it, or even the speed, so you can be extra fast or make it extra slow or something like that. Like, you can definitely do a lot of combination stuff with animations. It's pretty fun. And you can even have it masked or not. By the way, I animated this I'm the one that animated that. Please don't judge me. But yeah, so you can do overlaying animations like that, or disable if you want. Really depends what you like. You can even override your hand poses if you don't like the default ones that the animation comes with. You can always override it. So here on my hand, you can be able to change it to either this one, or even this, a peace sign. You could do like a lot of, like, you could do these, like, you know, pretty much overriding the hand pose, so there you go. Yeah, I can scratch. Wah! Alright, so, but you can just leave it disabled if you don't want. I will mention, though, do be mindful of how you combine these animations. Depending on how it's set up, it might mess with your tracking. I don't have my leap motion on, but we can attempt this later. But you can do that. You can even add breathing animation if you want to feel more lively. Like, if you want to have it where you're breathing a lot, you can be able to add breathing animation. So you can do that. And then you can even add a swaying animation where you can pretty much be, like, more lively. But again, it's kind of like, you don't want to overdo it, but it just gives more life to your character if you want to feel more realistic in the movement, but not have full body tracking. So it's just nice, just some extra stuff, really. And then additional bone offsets is good if you, let's say, for example, you see how, like, my arm is not really touching Test-chan's hips, like here, like, you see how it's just floating? It's like, man, I want to feel a bit more natural than me just feeling all stiff. You can be able to use the additional bone offsets to correct some certain angles depending on the pose. So let's say I can make this arm a bit lower, and then I can add this one. So for the right shoulder, I can adjust it so that way it's closer to the hip. And that way it feels a bit more natural now instead of wherever the frick was before. So there you go. Now you have a bit more natural, a natural looking pose. So that way you can be like, wow. Or like chat could be like, wow, I look so fabulous. Alright, anyways though. I recommend please enable the apply foot IK unless you're going to be doing like lying down animations or poses. I recommend leaving this on yes, so that way your feet are a bit more still. It's still not going to be perfect because Warudo is quite floaty with the movement. We could go over later regarding IK stuff, but let's not right now, as that goes a little bit more advanced stuff. Alright, so you can also, for Unity retargeting, this is mainly just for retargeting stuff. I recommend just leave it as default, honestly, unless you know what you're doing with messing with some Unity animations. Look at IK. This is mainly for like pretty much adjust like how your character's looking at something. So it could either be like camera you can have where when your camera moves, it makes your character also move like this. Or you can have it where even like, let's say an object like a light or even just something, whatever you want, you can have it where it can pretty much be like your character just following said thing. This is nice if you want something a bit more realistic in terms of the tracking, so it's like for your audience you're always looking at them instead of like looking at them from the front. So before, without look IK, well then again there's also the blueprint I mentioned earlier that also for the tracking also like does that. It's right over here. Yeah, right here you can just disable this and it will kind of like make it so your character's not looking. But you could add this along with that look IK if you want to just have that more realistic look, so your character's like following the camera pretty much. Alright, so besides that though, let's see. So you can adjust the weight however you want. Again, it's just a matter of like preference really, but you can make it very high or very low. Just mess with the settings however you want. They pretty much make sense. Like weight is just referring to your head, like how much does it go extreme movement or not. And then clamping, this is more of like clamping the range. So instead of your character going like really far like this, you can clamp like how far it is, whether it goes even further or it just only goes for like, it only moves back or rotates a certain amount so it doesn't like overdo itself pretty much. Alright, so then now that we have that body IK, we can quickly go over this one, but there's some advanced stuff to keep in mind about though, because depending on what you're using it for, it can get a bit overwhelming for a beginner. But you can have things like spine IK, hand IK, this is really good if you want to do things like very specific posing or like very specific like tracking for certain like videos and stuff. So you can definitely utilize this IK stuff. But of course though, do keep in mind though, that let's say for example, if you're gonna do something like a yeeting, like you're gonna yeet yourself, like throw your character, or if you're gonna do certain animations like a dance animation, the IKs may not even do really good with dancing at all. So if you really want to do some dancing stuff, then you best may want to have these off by default or have a toggle for it, which again, we're not at the blueprint yet, but I will go over the blueprint when I can. But let's just say we're going to do a quick little foot IK thing. So you can create a temporary IK target. So that way you can at least have something to work with. Like just something as a start. Obviously it's not recommended to keep these forever. But you can be able to like have it where your feet are staying still. So you have a much more natural feel for your tracking. So your feet are actually staying still. And you can also not adjust the character. I mean, you can adjust the IKs here, so that way you can do a pose like So you can do that if you want, but again, this is like if you want to have something more natural. But again, this is not going to be really good if you're going to do a lot of dancing toggles and motions or even dance redeems and stuff. So if you plan on doing that, I don't recommend starting off with the IKs for now. Unless you have like a very specific blueprint setup that does like a toggle. My Warudo beginner theme file should explain that, but again, we'll see if we can go over that later if possible. But otherwise, I don't want to... I think I'm already overwhelming everyone with so much information. Okay, so... Anyways, Ragdoll, I don't really recommend messing with this unless for like advanced purposes, but you don't wanna touch these really unless you know what you're doing. because you already can do like ragdoll stuff. Like let's say for example something is hit at you, then there is like a setup that you can be able to have so that way you can get yeeted. But this is still nice though if let's say you want to maybe like edit the ragdoll thing. So if you want to adjust like how big your colliders are, then by all means, like especially if you want to like for a very particular model that's a bit non-humanoid, then I would recommend you can adjust it. But otherwise, it does a pretty good job already on pretty much predicting like what measurements you need. So it's already darn good. You don't have to use it unless, again, for advanced purposes, you could adjust from there. But otherwise, though, we're going to leave that off, though, because it can be a bit problematic. Meshes, this is mainly just to toggle your mesh. So I can make Tesh-chan bald. Well, partially. So you can do that if you want something to be off by default. Again, this is good if you want to do like some object toggle related stuff, but you know, you can mess with that if you like. And there you go, we went over some character related stuff, so at least you'll be able to know like, hey, you can be able to enhance a bit of your idol your idol animation if you want. So there you go, you just got an improvement going. Now the next thing is eye facial mocap, or just any tracking related to it. Now again, the same goes for media pipe, by the way, where again my webcams don't work sadly right now. But again, I've already made tutorials about each, like at least the most common tracking solution like media pipe and stuff. I know that there are some added settings that my tutorials don't really go over. I do apologize for that. I don't want to keep remaking the tutorial over and over and over again, but just know for a fact most of the settings are just common sense and just a matter of just editing and seeing if it works or not. That's kind of about it, really. That's pretty much a tutorial. So again, media pipe has the same settings, like about the same settings here for even eye facial mocap. So again, the settings do apply. The only difference though is that there is hand tracking for webcam tracking. So there is a lot more settings for media pipe in comparison with leap motion, because leap motion already does a good job. Media pipe requires some extra stuff to keep in mind of. So I would recommend just again, if you want webcam hand tracking, I already made a tutorial on that. I'm gonna quickly, let me just close that, and let me go ahead and pull up the tutorial for you guys, so that way anyone who wants to use webcam hand tracking and want to know like how the settings work, here, media pipe tutorial right there. So look that up, it's right there in the chat. So just click on the link and that will pretty much show you the media pipe tutorial that I made, so that way you can easily follow along, or at least you can be able to just set up the webcam tracking and know what the settings do. Because I very much explained it there quite heavily for webcam hand tracking. But otherwise though, I'll still at least just go over at least the basics for the body rotation and just overall editing for like general face tracking use. Alright, so here, which again, real live media pipe has these settings already. So simply you can have mirror tracking if you want to have mirror tracking or not. Really depends what you like. So right now, it's kind of confusing because technically this setup is mirrored, or isn't a mirror just looking at yourself? I don't know. Either way, just click yes or no to see which one looks better for you. I prefer like the default one. You can calibrate eye movement, which is nice if you want to make sure that your eyes are corrected when you press the calibrate button. So you can press on calibrate and you can be able to just fix up your tracking. I recommend do this. So for example, if I were to just leave my room right now or leave the tracking area and then I quickly join back, you may notice a bit that your tracking looks a little bit off. Now right now Tesh-chan's kind of fine. But you may notice that your tracking may look a bit derpish because of like when you just return, you just notice that. You have to press on the calibrate button. I'll go over on how to like do the calibrate. Again, I'll go over a lot of hotkey related stuff, so that way you guys will know what to do for blueprints. But just know that you have to calibrate. That's all I can tell you. Configure blend shape mapping. This is very important because let's say for example you want to maybe make it where your blinking is a bit more sensitive, or maybe you want to make your jaw even bigger. This is where you can be able to edit your settings pretty much. So for the most part, I would just say only focus. It's like this is pretty much what VTube Studio has. It's literally the exact setup. So if you ever messed with VTube Studio before, the same logic. It's about the same logic. So pretty much, I'd say just for beginner stuff, just focus on the top left. Pretty much, the lower the number, the more sensitive the blend shape is, but the higher the number, the less sensitive it is. This is pretty much just adjusting your range. So if you want to like make this like you can how do I simplify this? Pretty much this is like your maximum value for your blend shape. I don't think it causes blend shape stretching though, but if you pretty much want to have like an increased range, if that makes it, mainly, again, this is mainly for like advanced stuff. That's why I say don't touch this unless you know what you're doing. But if you want to like have more range to work with, you can adjust these settings, but I recommend just stick with the input settings and just focus on either lowering the value or just leave it alone, pretty much. So that's just in a nutshell. You just have to adjust that top left box for each of these blend shapes to what you want. And here, like this lower one will just kind of like make it, this will like make it either like for the blinking, it'll just make it not blink because you're pretty much, because from 0 you're laying it, this is kind of, how do I describe this? Because from 0 to 1, oh my god, I'm actually really oh, hold on, I'm really freaking out, freaking up the explanation here. I would just say just mess around with however you want. That's pretty much it. I don't want to overcomplicate this more because the explain this is just like just focus on the top left. That's pretty much it. That's it. All right. But what you could also do to just like emphasize your tracking a bit more, you can use the global blend shape sensitivity, so that way your tracking is a lot more extreme. I'm quite surprised of the fact that I'm surprised at the fact that Tesh-chan, despite being a Roymal, her mouse actually stretches pretty well, actually. Then again, I rigged these blend shapes from complete scratch. Anyways, though, but you can do this if you want, but otherwise, though, I recommend either default or just a slight bit of increase for expressiveness if you want. Just keep it simple. Alright. Head movement intensity. This is regarding to how you move left, right, up, and down. This is not referring to rotation, like, you know, tilting your head and stuff. So X value is referring to how much you move left and right, for example, like this. And then you have Y, which is referring to how much bounce you have. So the more this is higher, the more bouncier you are. But the less the number, the less bouncy. So if you hate bounciness and if you want absolute, I guess if you just don't like bounciness at all, then you could just make this 0. But I kind of like a bit of a bounce, so I'm just gonna have a bit of some increased movement here. Wah wah. All right. And then Z is pretty much back and forth. This is not the ability for you to lean, I'd say. I mean, it can be, but there is like another setting we'll go over on how to do lean tracking. But here, you can be able to move back and forth and be able to have a lot more movement with your stuff. Wah! Alright, so there's that. Maximal, this is referring to how much of a max that you want in regard to your tracking. Oh, you might want to adjust, be careful with adjusting it. So pretty much the higher the number, it's just kind of like, you just have to like mess around with it. It's just pretty much like, if you don't want to move too far to the left, and you want to like set up a max, like how far, then there's that. Like for example, like after 10 meters of movement, your character won't move any further. I usually use the maximal setting for rotation, but apparently they accidentally deleted that. Great job. But yeah, you can just mess with these. This is just so you can like clamp. It's like clamping your movement. That's all. You can even increase body rotation as well if you want. This is again kind of like the global blend shape sensitivity, but otherwise you can leave it by default. Then you can have body rotation whether you have the normal one or you can have inverted. So if you want something inverted, like either for, you know, to emulate live 2D or have something a little bit more, I guess, kind of feels natural, there's that. But I get, if you don't like how like the body rotates for your character and you want something a bit more like a bit more less quote unquote buggy when it's not buggy, it's just preference, you can set it to normal or just don't even have any body rotation at all pretty much. So I can set this to normal and then you can be able to increase the rotation to however you want. So that's for normal, and then this is inverted. And then you can also be able to have custom. So if you want to have even further refinement on how much your body rotates. So for example, oh boy, you can technically do some lean tracking with this. But again, this doesn't do it like conditionally. There's a better setting in order to do lean tracking, but you know, just keep in mind, you can technically do it here if it makes it simple for you. But you can do that. You can do Y rotation, so that way you can be able to rotate, like so. And then V is referring to, oh my god, V is referring to like rotating left and right when you're tilting, pretty much. And then you can add some neck compensation if you want. It just makes it where your neck is more stiffer. So that's for neck stiffness. You can have body rotation for the chest if you want more rotation on the chest area or none. You can also have more rotation on the lower spine if you like. Hips are mainly, this is only good, oh my god, this is only good if you have IK feet, if you want like some hip rotation stuff. I won't be going over that unless you guys heavily ask for it within the stream, but we won't be going over that. And then body rotation delay is something that live 2D models have. This is more to kind of help make their tracking a little bit more natural, because the way our bodies work is like your head can tilt and then your body kind of follows up later or something like that. So you can have a bit of a delay like that if you want something a little bit more natural. And then you can even add some smoothness. So if you feel like it's a bit too jittery, you can of course add some extra smoothness to that. Wow. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it for like the rotation stuff here. That's body rotation. And then if you want to adjust how your head rotates, there's the head rotation intensity. So, oh my god. Yeah, you might want to mess with the head rotation and then the body rotation. But you can be able to like rotate the head here, and then you can be able to like do that. But again, you're gonna definitely have to mess with your settings here so you can kind of like calm that thing down. Calm down. There you go. Wow. Yeah, so there you go. Something a little bit nicer. Or again, we could just keep it as inverted. Just really depends on what you want. But yes, there you go. Wow. I feel like a live 2D model. Anyways, so you can also have rotation offset. So like if you feel like your head's a bit too low every time you calibrate, you can of course have an offset to like correct the tracking a bit more. But otherwise, you know, that's if you need some extra refinement. And then eye movement, if you're using like I think this also works with blend shape eyes too, but yeah, you could just add some intensity to your eyes, especially if they're having a hard time moving or something. My eyes are fine because again, Tesh-chan is, you know, her eyes work, but for some models you may want to have some intensity. Eye compensation, this is mainly for if you want to make sure that the eyes are following the camera. So like when you're rotating, the eyes are just following the camera like everywhere. I would probably, like, usually I think on my setup, I only kind of have it something like these settings. I don't remember my exact settings though, but it just kind of makes it so it's like, you know, your eyes are just looking at the camera, just kind of making it a bit more nicer if you're doing things like speech videos or something like that, where your eyes have to feel a bit more natural, or if you don't want it, then it works fine. There you go. And then blink sensitivity. If you feel like your blinking is just not sensitive enough, especially if you're a glasses user, then you can increase this a bit more to kind of help your blinking be a bit more nicer. And then there is linked blinking. So if you feel like let's say, especially for webcam, you may want to have this enabled if your eyes feel a bit drunk. So you can enable it from here, or not if you really want to wink at people. Hey, I'm winking at you, chat. And then limit eye squint. If this is mainly beneficial if your void model with Hana tool blend shape. If you notice a lot of clipping issues regarding your eyes, like you don't have any other expression enabled at all, but you do notice some like clipping with your eyes, then you may want to have this enabled so that way the eye squint can be limited, so that way your blinking can look a little normal. You can have eye bones be used as your movement. I heavily recommend leave this on if you're using Hana tools, or the person that rigged your AR kit blend shapes uses eye bones. For my personal AR kit stuff, I don't use eye bones, or I try not to, and I always prefer blend shape eyes due to the extra control that they have. So you can have blend shape eyes, but again, usually for void models, you don't have blend shape eyes, or you could have both of them enabled as well, like, because I know Hana tool does have like the slight eye muscle movement, so if you want to have a mixture of both eye bones and blend shape, you can do that, and you can add a little bit more life to your eyes. But otherwise, you know, it just really depends on your model, just trial and error with this. You can even average eye rotations if you want a bit more accuracy with the eyes, but otherwise though, yay! This is mainly good. The convert AR kit look blend shapes to VRM. This is so this is mainly like if you want to use the look up, look down, left, right blend shapes that VRM provides. But I would leave this as no. Most people don't even set this up anyways. Not even Void. I don't even think Void. I think. Or does Void set that up? I don't even think Void exports with those blend shapes. Or maybe they do. I don't think they do. So most people just set this to no. Then calculate eye bone rotation from blend shape. This is more like if you notice that your eyes are doing some weird stupid stuff and you're using eye bones, you may want to have this set to yes to kind of fix those eye rotation, but for most users you don't need this at all. Okay, we went over tracking related stuff, and again, if you're a webcam user, again, because my webcam does not want to work with me right now, sadly, I already made individual tutorial regarding the hand tracking settings, so you could just watch that tutorial. I linked it in the chat. But I can quickly go over leap motion related stuff, so that way you can do some like leap motion stuff, and then I'll go back and then I'll go over some like pendulum related stuff. Also, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for that, because I was, like, looking down, trying to, like, see, like, is my leap motion okay? And it seems like my leap motion's not working, so, do give me a moment to, quickly... Also, holy heck. Oh my. Okay, I'm gonna have to answer a message later. Okay, so let me quickly reboot my leap motion. I have to restart the service, so if you ever notice that your leap motion's just not working at all, despite being connected properly, just restart the service and leap motion. It should fix the issue. Okay, it should be fixed now. Yes, the thing works now. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull up my beloved, test chan again. Alright, so, here, hand tracking. So, I already went through, I spoke about this in the I could actually pull up the leap motion program actually and show you some things, but even then, I like the way that Warudo does this, because apparently if you mess with the leap motion controller position here, for some reason, it also messes with the leap motion program too. I don't know how, but it does, and that's kind of smart. So you can just kind of focus on this, but even then though, if possible, if you ever know some issues with your tracking, you may want to go to the leap motion servicing and then fix up your tracking there. Like, you know, maybe do some edits, like and also like testing to see if the angle of your camera is doing fine. But for my case, I'm using chest mounted because it allows me to be able to type on my keyboard. Like, the tracking is like really well for typing on a keyboard. I'm using a leap motion V2, but you can use stereo leap motion, 3DI, or even a V1 leap motion if you prefer. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise though, you can have the tracking be mirrored or opposite, or you can have it like this if you want. Like right here, this is mirrored, so I prefer mirror tracking. And then you can set it to either be chest mounted, which is if you have like a neck mount or like a shirt clip or like a chest vesting for your leap motion, that's where you use chest mounted. Screen top is more for if the leap motion is on like near the top but angled at like a 45-degree angle towards you. That's for screen top, which most people don't really like. People want to use it like for like a webcam like mounting, but I don't recommend it. You're probably better off with chest mounted, honestly. And then desktop mounting is good if you are gonna have it as like on a desk, especially if you don't have any like mounting solution for your leap motion. So it depends on what you want, but most commonly you're either gonna use desktop or chest mounted. And then for controller position, you can change the position of your controller to change the offset of it, especially if you want to do some like adjustment. Like let's say for my tracking it's a bit too close, you can make it a little bit further so it's not that close, or you can make it where it's slightly a bit higher, so you can do some fine tuning on that. You can even adjust the rotation of the tracking too, and you can even see the little leap motion model there, so you can see like how it's adjusting. And then you can have scale. This is good depending on like your model. So if you export your model way too gigantic, then by all means, you can be able to use the controller scale to correct it. Or if you're a very small model, this can also, you know, help you out and stuff. So there you go. I'll just leave it by default though. So there you go. And then per axis scale, if you want to have it a bit more specific, there is that, but otherwise, you know, that just depends. Usually for most models you don't need to, especially if you're void. But again, if you want some a little bit of refinement, again, if you're a very big model or a very small model, you may want to utilize that to help you out. And then hands follow body movement. This is nice. So for example, if you want it, so either the you can have it where when your body rotates, the hands are following, or like, yeah, so, yeah, like it says here, hold up, my brain just like stopped for a moment. So pretty much if you want it set to, if you have it set to like 0, you can kind of see how like my hands are like kind of like off like this. This is more like it'll keep the hands, it'll keep the hands in place. This is mainly for like if you want something a bit more natural, like if you have like a table like that you're on and you want to like move around, like kind of have like an it's like kind of like emulating IK stuff. Let me try to like just simplify a bit more. So let's say you have your hands on a table and you want to like move yourself around. This is probably good to emulate that sort of like tracking. But otherwise, if you want something where you're not using a table at all and you want your hands to always follow, you can either set it to 2 or just leave it at default, where it's like a good mixture of following your character, but also the hands are having like their own sort of thing. So, you know, it just really depends what you want. And then you can have a finger fixed orientation here. So if you set to no, your thumbs are gonna look like this. But if you set to yes, it's going to like fix the thumb thing. And you can even adjust it so that way you can either, like, again, depending on your tracking, you can fix the thumb or not. But this is good to just fix that thumb issue. And you can even set a shoulder weight, so you can have it so like the shoulders are either more affected, or if you're having some shoulder clipping issues, you can have it set to 0 to reduce the shoulder stuff. For test chan, it's not really the best. I would have to update them all and delete the inner skin stuff. I didn't bother to do it, but yeah, you can do that. I have mine at like 0 because of how my main model is rigged with the shoulders. So yeah, and then there's advanced stuff such as like rotation offset. So yeah, it's gonna rotate, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's just gonna be a little bit ridiculous though. So I don't really recommend messing with this unless you really need that extra refinement for offset stuff. But otherwise though, for the most part, you should be fine. That's leap motion explanation. As for, again, media pipe, the link is in the chat. You can check that out there, so that way you can follow that tutorial and know what the things do. Alright, so I went over some leap motion stuff for any leap motion users, but again, like I said, there's individual tutorials I made regarding each tracking solution, so you just kind of go over those, experiment, and you can be able to have some cool tracking. Ah! So there you go. Whew! That's a lot of talking, though. But the other thing I want to quickly go over is pendulum physics. Now, we won't be going over eye jiggle related stuff, because I'm going to assume, no one here has eye jiggle. Well, then again, I already made a tutorial about eye jiggle stuff with Bodily, but, I guess I'll quickly, elaborate it, because that's technically why we're here. But I'm going to be going over things such as, how to do the arm sway and all of that. So, if you did the onboarding assistant, by the way, it will auto-generate these, pendulums for you. But otherwise, though, let's say, for example, you didn't do the onboarding assistant, and let's say you did the character and sub-motion captured there. How do you get your arm sway? So, let me go ahead, actually, and just delete these. So, again, especially also if you don't like the arm sway and you want something a bit more natural, you can just straight up delete all the pendulum settings, and it'll be good like that. Let me see. One of Warudo's greatest features is when you use the webcam media pipe. You can still use said webcam. Wait, what? When you use the webcam media pipe for tracking, you can still use said webcam. What? Is it like having a webcam, one webcam do hands and face, or something? I'm still mad that Void Models is missing the XD face. That's not just Void Models. That's just any Void stable model. It's just Void Beta had it. I think that's probably what you mean. But Void Beta. Void Beta had that, but then they removed it in the stable version of Void. I don't know, just that preference, I guess. Well, anyways, though, let's continue on with the pendulum settings. So, you can be able to save your pendulum physics profile, whether you want to share with other people, or you want to, whether you're going to share, use webcam for any other program, after saying it to me. Oh, so you mean, multi-using for... Oh, okay. That's odd, because usually that doesn't work. But again, if it works with you, that's all that matters. For me, my webcams are being a bit of a baka right now. That's why I can't use my webcam for this tutorial. It's being a bit of a baka. But anyway, though. So you can save profiles whether you want to share it with other people or you want to maybe back up your pendulum in case you frick up or something. I heavily recommend do that. Always back up your stuff. But here you can load a pendulum profile if you want, or you can even open the pendulum physics folder if you want to delete a pendulum and stuff. And yeah, so either way, we can go ahead just to get started on adding some arm sway and stuff. We'll load the pendulum physics profile, and we're going to load the default one here. And we can either append, so if you already have pendulums already made for you, then please select append instead, or you can select on override pendulum settings if you want to override everything. So I'm going to do append, and I'm just going to pretty much allow all of this and just press on OK. And that way, though, pretty much you'll be able to have some arm sway going on. You'll be able to have the finger jiggle too, and also you'll have body lean, which I'm going to show you on how to modify that. The blink receptors, this is more of a preset for when you add eye jiggle, which I'll show you how to quickly do that, at least here. But again, if you want eye jiggle blend shades, you will need Blender, or if you are a Void user. Now again, I am very much aware that in the making of this tutorial, HanaTool and NebTools are not working on the newest version of Void models because of the tail that messes with the mesh count when it comes to retargeting blend shapes. So, when the issue gets fixed, you can just, just keep an eye on the devs and keep an eye on Twitter or Discord servers. They'll let you know if something breaks with Void and HanaTool and stuff. I personally don't use HanaTool for the very reason, and plus I prefer manually rigging my stuff anyways. I even made an AirKit tutorial if you ever want to refer to that. But otherwise, just keep an eye on the devs, and if anything, just, if you need HanaTool, just downgrade your Void version or something. It's just up to you, really. But for iJiggle, you either utilize HanaTool with Yori Drill's iJiggle template thing, or you can, of course, hand rig it in Blender, which I made a Blender blend shape or shape key rigging tutorial that you can refer to if you prefer my teaching style. So there's that. But let's go over some of these stuff. So you can enable or disable the pendulum if you want. And then you can be able to have the physics intensity. So you can make it so that way the intensity of the pendulum is more. Or you can just set it to the default like so. Arm movement is, again, just your general arm movement. You can set the weight to be like a bigger number. Like, let's say if you want more of an arm sway, if you like. I personally prefer just number 1, but you can have this arm sway. And then you can add some smoothness if you want, or you can have it where at certain, depending on how your head rotation is in position, you can be able to have it where it will trigger the arm sway. So it just really depends what you want. These are your input values. The arms here is referring to the chain that you see here. So this is to emulate like what Live 2D has. So if you've done Live 2D rigging before, the logic is literally the same. But pretty much, you can add as many arms as you like. You can add different lengths, the mass on like, you know, how heavy it's going to be, or like how much it'll drag, or spring, like how bouncy it may be, and then damping, you know, you can add that, or even gravity if you want that thing to freaking feel floaty or anything like that. You know, just really, you know, I'd say just mess with the values however you want, but the default should be fine for like basic arm sway like so. And then here, this is pretty much just telling, this is just Warudo setting up that, that the, like, you know, shoulders, your arms, and anything arm related, or you can even add, like, other bones as well. Let's say if maybe you have, like, 8 arms on your avatar, you can also add those additional arm bones there. So that's how you can be able to add the, like, bone related stuff. And each of them do have their own settings. You can either add a bone that's humanoid or child transform, which is referring to any, like pretty much any bone. This also includes things like wings, tails, or even ears. I already made a tutorial regarding the child transformations. Like, I already made a tutorial about how to do like the ear blink, wing blink sort of tutorial. I already made that regarding pendulum, so you can refer to that tutorial if you like on my channel. But otherwise, though, you can set it to position, scale, or rotation. I recommend be very careful with position and scale. You definitely want to make sure that the intensity value is low, or like set to 0, because especially scale, you can get some scary results. So just be careful. I recommend just stick with rotation for now, but if you know what you're doing, you want to experiment, just be careful with the other two. But it still works. It's possible to do like, where when you blink, your head can squish, or maybe like, if your head is moving down, you can have a pendulum where your wings will move down too, or something like your ears move down if you want. Well then again, that'd be rotation. That would be a rotation output, and then the input's position. Yeah, no. This is probably, again, if you want to do position, it just really depends on what you want to do. It's a case-to-case basis. I just say just be careful with position and scale because of that. And then you can have reset child transform if you just kind of, I don't know, just want it to reset or something like that. But I'd rather just leave that as no. Sometimes it can look a bit weird. Axes is referring to like if you want it to be limited to a single axis, whether Z for this sort of rotation, X, which is like this, and then Y is like left. Like you see, it's just the way you see how like my head's rotating. So this is like Y when your head's rotating left and right. Z is for when you tilt your head, and then X is when you're nodding up and down, for example. Like that's just a rotation thing. So just think of that logic depending on what you're trying to do. But you can also add blend shapes here. This is where you can be able to add the eye jiggle stuff, which I'll quickly show, but at least you saw the arm movement thing. You can be able to adjust like your settings here depending on what you want, like, you know, decrease the intensity, or heck, you can even, there should be a clamp setting somewhere. Yeah, so you can have like a clamp here where at like specific conditions it will like clamp it so that way it doesn't go too far or anything like that. Like it can still do the jiggle, it's just not gonna like at like a certain value, it's not gonna go too far or something like that. So yeah, so you see how like I can still do the arm jiggle, but it's not going super crazy because of the clamping thing. It's a little bit more natural. So there's that. You can do the same thing with fingers. I'm gonna actually add some clampings to kind of fix the fingers because they're a bit much. You can also decrease the weight too if it's too much as well. But yeah, I just pretty much went over like the pendulum stuff, and now it's just kind of like a matter of what you prefer, and you just have to kind of like experiment, really. All right, so here, yeah, so you see how, yeah, so um, the fingers are still like moving their sway, but at least now it's like not as extreme now. It's a bit more natural feeling. So there you go. You still got your arm sway, but even then, if you still feel like you need more movement, either you can again remove the clamping or just again go above number 1 and just add some more like arm sway related, arm sway movement like that. Alright, and then blink receptors, like I mentioned, if you have blend shapes that are for eye jiggle stuff, you can, but like I said, you will need to use either you're a Void user and you really want to use Hana tool, you can use Yori Drill's tutorial regarding automatic eye jiggle for Void, or most likely, and yes, you can ask any Warudo question, you can ask any Warudo question in the chat. I'm just going over pretty much like Warudo stuff for beginners, pretty much. Okay, so here you can be able to add like like I mentioned, you'll either definitely need Blender or if you're a Void model, you use Hana tool for eye jiggle stuff. But here I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna use a VRM blend shape proxy. I believe I've added that, and I'm gonna have it where for both of my eyes, just so like you can just see it, I'm not gonna like bother setting up every little thing. I'm gonna have it where, since I'm doing like normal blinking, the highlights rotate is going to do a jiggle. So if you see my eyes, or at least Test-chan's eyes, you can see there's like rotation going on there. Again, I'm like really shaky right now, like the tracking. I can quickly tone down that by just the smoothness here real fast. Because oh boy, that's a bit much. Yeah, too much movement. There you go. Yeah, just because it was like really bouncy, it was like it's kind of like getting hard to like see certain stuff. But here, you can have like the eye jiggle there. You can even set the intensity to be higher if you want, like this. Very pretty. So you can do that, again, if you have the correct blend shapes, but otherwise if you don't have the blend shapes, then there's that. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Alright, so but that's how you can add like blink blend shapes though. Yeah, there are going to be some clipping, because again, I would have to like take some time to like edit the settings, but I'm not going to bother. This is a tutorial for that very reason. VC face tracking is literally on the menu. There's already open... Wait, is there a way to make expressions work like in VC face, or change them without having... Wait, what? Or change them without having to be in the Warudo... What? Like, I already made if you're wanting expression detection, I already made a tutorial on how to do that. So let me quickly just here. I'm gonna have to turn off my display capture. I already made a tutorial for how to copy VC Face's expression detection, but Warudo. So it's this tutorial here. Expression detection, like VC Face, but it's Warudo. And also, if you absolutely prefer like OpenCFace, which is the tracking that powers VC Face's webcam tracking, then yes, you can already, like, there is OpenCFace support, just mainly like preference. Like the dev will recommend you use MediaPipe because it's a bit more accurate depending on what you're going for. But if you really prefer the style of VC Face's webcam tracking, then yes, you can either onboarding assistant or in character, and then set up motion capture here. You can set up motion capture here, and you can be able to set up OpenCFace from there if you absolutely prefer it. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this here. Alright, so back to here. I already quickly went over the blink stuff here. And again, like I said, I already made a tutorial regarding how to do like ear and wing blinking for the pendulum. So if you happen to have like void ears, like the cat or the fox ears or something like that, or you have or what was it again? Or if you have like wings or something like that, then again you can refer to that tutorial, or you can refer to the Warudo SDK tutorials for more advanced movement stuff. Now, as for body lean, pretty much because live TV models have this, you can be able to set up where, depending on how much you're leaning, mainly like you have to get closer to your camera for this to trigger. You can have it so that way based on like how far you are from the camera, you can have some lean tracking, so you can be like, hey chat, how you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. Hello. So you can do that. You have lean tracking in Warudo like this, like a live 2D model. Alright, so you can do that. I'm gonna just reduce it a bit more, so that way it's not much. But I can still do like lean tracking. You can do more advanced stuff if you like, you know, editing each of these settings. So you can adjust like how much the neck oh my god. You can adjust how much the neck rotates or something like that, or like the head. It just depends on whatever you want, really. I should probably just leave that to whatever it was default of 15. There you go. Yes, that was, yeah, so it's not much. Alright, so you can have that where you can have like the body lean stuff, and that's how you can be able to add like, you know, pendulum stuff. And pretty much from there, we have already went over how to do tracking. We already went over how to like load our character. We learned more, you know, how to navigate Warudo. And by now, if you followed from the start of the stream to now, you should be able to have your character tracking with a nice little idle pose. And is my eye jiggle? My eye jiggle's clipping. Oh no. No, not the eye jiggle clipping. I'm like noticing that. Okay, I will just go over here and just set this to 1 then. Yeah, don't do that. Alright. And by the way, as well, if you're wondering how to turn off this freaking pendulum preview thing that keeps on appearing here, all you simply just have to do is click on the drop down, just hide it, and there you go. That's how you can hide that freaking pendulum thing that appears. So, yeah, that's how you do it. Alright. Question. Hello, I've seen your Warudo videos before, and I was wondering, is there an alternative to Real Live since it's discontinued? Sadly, no. Real Live is the only app that can do both hand tracking and iPhone tracking all within one iPhone. I would recommend to have just iFacial mocap or VTube Studio even for your face tracking, and then you can utilize webcam tracking if you happen to have a webcam tracking, so that way you can be able to like have hand tracking for free. But otherwise though, you know, I did make a tutorial on Real Live. I couldn't be able to properly demonstrate it because it kept revealing my IRL face, and I didn't want to dox myself like that. So I did at least in the tutorial translated the UI parts. So, and I kind of went over each like UI and what it does, even though I couldn't show like the actual like me touching the app in real time. I at least showed pictures of what each translated to, so that way it's a bit easier for those who want to use Real Life but can't understand Mandarin. But yeah, but sadly there's no alternative. I think, well, actually I guess there's technically one, TDPT iOS, which is just 3D pose tracker in the iPhone. It's technically an alternative, but you do have to pay for the VMC. I believe it's like $5. So that's like sort of an alternative. I think they do upper buy in the iPhone face track. I don't remember. I have not tried that app when I should have, but you can check that out and use it via VMC as like an option. I don't know if they do the upper buy only track. I feel like they do though, but I can't guarantee it. You can just check it out, see if it's true, and you know, give it a try. But otherwise, you know, we shall return to this tutorial stream. So so yeah, so we already, alright, I will try with webcam and iPhone, thank you, no problem. So, so now that we already went over the entire, like, we know how to, like, sort of navigate through Warudo if you watch from the beginning of the stream. We now have our tracking all set up, and we even refined it in a way so that way, you know, you can have some nicer tracking, so you can show it off to your chat. And we even went over onboarding assistance, so you not only do you set up your tracking and model, but also even setting up some automatic redeems, so that way you can be able to, you know, have some cool Twitch stuff going on. And yeah, so by now you should be able to at least I guess you say you're a complete beginner, I'd say, but there's still a lot more we still have to go over, and that's what I'm going to be going over with you guys. But at least I just want to take a moment to congratulate you if you have came along to this far into the tutorial stream, because not many people actually make it this far, surprisingly. Or maybe some people nowadays, because, you know, documentation tutorials have improved. So, if you made this far, congratulations. That's my point. Now, we're going to be going over some extra asset stuff, so that way we can extra refine your streaming stuff. So that way, when you get to live on Twitch, you will be able to show your chat, hey, look, that 3D VTuber is so poggers. I must give all my money. I'm kidding, I'm being over exaggerating. But we're gonna go over some cool stuff that you can do. So as I mentioned before, there is a keyboard function that you can use with Warudo. I recommend you know, again, I recommend just going to character over here, and then going to motion capture, and set up your motion capture here and enable the keyboard from there so it's easier on you. You can also, again, even in the same setting, go to input interfaces, which is just the keyboard thing, and you can fine tune how your keyboard tracking looks so that way it feels much more natural. But otherwise, to kind of make sure that your tracking the keyboard looks nice, make sure that you do adjust the tracking. So remember a little fun fact, by the way, press the W key for like the movement here, press the E key to have like rotation going on for the props, and then the R button for scaling. This is pretty much the same hotkeys that are in Unity, so do keep that in mind. This is a Unity program after all, not an Unreal Engine program, despite having crazy nodes like Unreal Engine. But you can be able to fine tune like the placement of the keyboard here, so that way you can do some, you know, do some cool typing and stuff like that. So yeah, but like I mentioned before earlier, when you do, let's say you save Warudo and then you restart Warudo and you don't have the keyboard on by default, and when you enable it after a reboot, you are gonna notice your character's gonna freak out. That's just gonna happen. All you have to do to fix it is just type on your keyboard. Just type as fast as possible when you toggle it, and you should be fine. You can literally be on the editor, just type. When you enable it, type, move your mouse. That's it. That's all you gotta do in order to kind of slightly hide the issue, but otherwise, it's unavoidable, I'm sorry to tell you. But you should be able to have a keyboard function and that. Now, the next thing that we're going to go over is camera settings. So here in the camera, we can be able, like I mentioned before, use your middle mouse to move your character around, either the right or left button and drag, so that way you can rotate around your character, and then scroll wheel to like zoom in and out. So there's that. Now, we are gonna go over these settings, and then I'm gonna be going over some blueprint stuff on how to do camera toggle. So listen carefully, everybody, because we're gonna go through a lot of stuff for camera stuff, but trust me, once we finish through this, you're gonna be happy. So let's focus on the first camera here. So here you can be able to adjust the position stuff. Now, because it's orbit camera, I wouldn't recommend touching these like directly, because of how finicky orbit camera is, which that's the default. You're orbiting around the character like that. But scroll down and we have controls. You can have it where you can set it to none, where in this camera you don't have you can't be able to like move around. This is good if you want to keep something in the same place and not accidentally like change the placement of it, because remember, the way Warudo works is not like VC Face or Vignon, where they save position like by default. How do I describe it? Like, pretty much if I were to, let's say, by default, I have my character like this, and let's say I move my character over here, and I accidentally saved Warudo, exit, and then open Warudo again, your character will reload in the same camera position as before. Because Warudo works differently in regards to cameras. I'll again show you how I personally do the the camera toggles for my setup, but just keep in mind though, you know, if you don't want the camera to move, then you can set it to none. Otherwise, you can either stick with orbit camera, which is what's commonly used for Warudo, or if you don't want it where the camera follows your avatar, you could set it to free look, which allows you to use WASD to kind of fly around your scene pretty much. It's nice if you, again, just want it where your character is like not following the camera pretty much. But, you know, it's just a matter of preference, really. I guess this is nice if you want to have, like, that drone sort of look. Like, when you're trying to, like, navigate through, like, an environment or something like that. Really just depends. And a little extra fun fact, if you press on the V button on Warudo, you can toggle between orbit camera and free look. So, you can use that to your advantage if you want to change, you know, the different camera styles just by the V button, just normal letter V. V for Victor. And then you can have the control sensitivity where you can make it move much more easily, or you can make it where it's a little bit more softer to control, so it's not like, it's just a little bit more like slower in terms of the control, the lower the sensitivity is. Again, just really depends on what you want though, but default is usually just perfectly fine. You can have focus character on character here, or you can have it not be focused, but do keep in mind for orbit camera, you do need the focus character on, otherwise it's just not gonna really work too well. You can have it where there's also other follow, so this is like focus, you definitely need it on your character, but you can have it where you can set it so that way it can, if this is enabled, it will either follow your character's head, or you can have it not follow the character's head. But either way, orbit pretty much just follows your character regardless. Like I said, if you don't want the camera to follow your character like that, you may just want to just stick with free look, as it just doesn't, as the camera doesn't track the placement of your character, if that makes sense. Alright, so now, you can of course reset camera transform if, let's say, you lost your character or the camera is a bit too far or something. You can click on reset camera transform to return it back to normal if you want. And also, as well, you can even do character follow speed if you need something like really quick, or maybe need something that's a bit more gradual in the character speed thing. But it's still gonna follow your character regardless. Field of view. It really depends on what you want, but the higher the field, the more stretchier you are. This is very funny for some fun content on Twitter. You'll get hundreds of likes if you do this. I'm sorry, I'm just being playful. So you can do that. The higher the field of view, the more distorted your character will be. But the less the field of view, the more flatter you feel. So if you want to feel a bit closer to a live 2D model, I guess, then you can have it where the field of view is much lower. But I don't recommend having it where it's set to like 0, because then you can't even like, you can't even move at all. So I recommend if you want to have like a good flat field of view for like a 2D sort of feel, just set it to 10 as like a good balance in terms of like camera control and flatness. But if you want something that's a bit more on the realistic side of field of view, then the default value is perfectly fine if you just want to have that sort of like a little bit more like 3D feel to it, if that makes sense. So yeah, it just kind of depends what you want, but mess with it. I'm just gonna set this to 10 just out of preference. So yeah, so I'll have it set to 10. And then, of course, you can enable or disable the transparent here, like this. So you can have the sky background if you want that or don't want it. And then you can have it set to render characters or disable that. This is mainly for advanced stuff. Like, let's say if you're going to do an advanced OBS setup where for your character, let's say for your character, you want it where your character has like OBS filters for like redeems or something like that, but it doesn't affect the environment, then you could do some advanced like spout capture stuff with it. I won't be going too crazy about that. But not only can you have a transparent background for your setup, but what you can also have is even a chroma key. So you can have green screen, which is nice if you're going to use Video Ninja, or for like if you're gonna do some crazy video editing stuff, then you can have a green screen for some, you know, specific video editing stuff that you want for your VTuber avatar. So you can have that. And then the clipping here, this is mainly for like when you zoom into your character, you may notice like, I don't know, like sometimes you'll see, it's kind of hard to like see it for a test chan with how the FOV is, but you may notice that when you like zoom in real closely, that your character's face might clip through. You may want to adjust the near clipping a bit more depending on what you want. But you can also get some very silly results like this one here. Oh no. Like the farther you go, the more distorted. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind, like, regarding like how far, yeah, so you may want to like adjust this, like the high, like if you zoom out and you see like that funkiness, you may want to increase the near clip plane and then adjust the far clip. Really depends on, you know, what you see. If you notice like the clipping, if you notice that there's a weird clipping issue when you zoom in too close to your character or zooming in very far, just adjust these two settings to your liking. That's about it, really. Orthographic projection is nice if you want to have the absolute most flattest look on your character, but do keep in mind though that this is not going to do good with environments at all. But if you really want the absolute flattest look to your character, then there's that. But it's why I recommend just the FOV of 10. In order to adjust the like zooming in and out on orthographic, you have to adjust with the field of view. But like I said, just I personally would just say you don't, unless you want to, depending on your setup, I personally just leave it at perspective, but just have the FOV kind of low, so that way I can still have a flat look but have less issues with the camera. Again, to what you want. Handheld movement is nice if you want something a little cinematic, so I'm gonna actually, like, for the remainder of the tutorial, gonna have the sky background, so that way it's a little bit easier for you guys to, like, see some things. I'm also gonna quickly calibrate my tracking, because my tracking looks a bit off. There you go. So, camera, and then, over here. So, alright, so here you can be able to set whether you want to have a spout output, like an individual spout output, NDI, or virtual cam. This is mainly for like advanced stuff, really. I would recommend for most users just go to the menu, go to settings, and then simply just set up your spout output, the main one here. But again, it's just whatever you like pretty much for the most part. So yeah, just this is just for like advanced stuff if you need like a very particular output. You can also take a screenshot, so I can pose like this. And then you can click on open screenshots folder here and you can be able to see the screenshot that you've made. Look, there's test chan right there. Alright, so there you go. And then you have handheld movement, that was what I was going to go over, where if you want something where like maybe you're in an environment and you want it to feel like the camera, like someone is like holding the camera, you can adjust this. Although I recommend decreasing the movement because the default intensity is quite big. So you may want to lower these settings a bit more. So especially like if you're using orbit camera that you're already bouncy, it just really depends what you want. But there's the handheld movement. Then there's tone mapping and color. Also, just a reminder, by the way, any effects that I mention all here, they don't work on Warudo Pro for Nilo Tune users. I just want to make sure that's elaborated. They don't work. Universal Rendering Pipeline and built-in render pipeline are like two different things. They do their own stuff, and they also react to transparency a bit differently. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind regarding that. If you're a pro user, you can't use these. You have to use which... Well, there's like a different method you have to do to get some of these. But I'm not going to go over it because, again, this is a beginner's tutorial. So tone mapping is mainly if you want to add like a LUT texture or something to kind of like add some like filters to your character. So you can scroll all the way down and you can like maybe add like a pink or something like that and reduce the intensity. So I can be like a pink test chan pretty much, or you know, just have something, you know, it's like just adding a color filter. That's pretty much it. So you can add it or just don't have it. You can even have the ASUS tone mapping here, but again, this depends on what you want. You can even do some color corrections, such as adding some vibrance to your character, maybe adding some contrast as well for like a richer color, and maybe adding brightness or maybe decreasing the brightness if needed, depending on what you're going for. So you can do that. You can even add a bit of some tint as well, so that way, you know, for like it's like another way of a color filter, if that makes sense. You can add like a bit of some like a warm tint, like orange, like a bright orange. You can add a little bit of it, and then mix it in with some brightness stuff if you like. You know, you can do that. Just depends on what you want. You know, how you want it set up. And then you can add some bloom if you want, so you can have a bit of a glow to your avatar. You can increase intensity or even like increase the threshold, so that way as you increase the intensity, it's a little bit more subtle. So that way, it's like it's not as obnoxious, if that makes sense. So you can have a bit bloom. You can even add a little bit of a tint, like a color to your bloom if you want. So I can add a bit like a blue tint, and then make the alpha here, so that way there is that blue tint there. And then you can have this depth attenuation. This is mainly when you move farther from your character, it'll reduce the bloom effect. This is good for like environment related stuff, so you know, that way, like, depending on how far you are, you don't have so much bloom appearing or something like that. And you can just pretty much adjust the how the bloom appears when you're farther or close. It's kind of like the far clipping thing I talked about earlier, but it's just for bloom. And then you can set it to high quality or low quality depending on your preference. Ambient occlusion is nice if you want to add a bit more depth to your character, like a bit like some shadow related stuff. Again, like some models may not work well with this at all, especially in the eye area. Now luckily for some void models, with how their eyes are just plane meshes, it kind of can help hide like some shadow stuff, but you can still kind of see it there. You can also see as well, like with the mouse, that there is like a shadow appearing. So while this could be nice for some people, it can also lead to some uncanniness. So it just really depends what you want, really. And then you can increase the radius of the ambient occlusion if you want, or make it less so it's not so obnoxious. And then you can increase or decrease the pixels if you like. So you can either make them more softer or a little bit sharper. And then you can make the intensity where they're really, really there, like they're really emphasized, or you can make it a bit more on the softer side. So, but again, you can get some pretty nice results depending on the model. It's just like more of like it depends on the model. Some models may look a little weird with it, and some models may actually look pretty good as it adds a bit more depth to it, because, you know, Teshan don't got hair shadows. So, yeah. But you can do that. You can even adjust the color of the shadows too as well. So you don't have to have it just black. You can even have it like a blue or even a purplish or even like a slightly orange tinted shadow as well, depending on what you want. I'm gonna set it to like a blue color, since Teshan is primarily blue for the most part. So, yeah. Again, not perfect, but hey, it's at least something. And then you can be able to add anamorphic flares. Oh boy. Be a little careful on these little heckers, that's all I can say. It's pretty much just another way of bloom, but it's supposed to be like for your eyes, if that makes sense. So you see how like with things like this, you see how like you have that sparkle to your eye like this. This is what anamorphic flares can do. It's nice. A lot of MMDers actually really like this sort of eye thing when they use raycast. So you can do that if you want to have like that little nice eye bloom to it. You can even add a tint if you want, so it's like a bit, you know, depending on the color you like. So, you know, add a bit of color flair to it. Don't just stick with just like rainbow color. That's all I can say, rainbow color. So you can have that. And then you can even have it vertical or horizontal depending on what you want. I'll probably set it to just be horizontal. And you can set it to high quality or not. And you can even adjust the spread of it, whether it's like a big spread or just a very soft spread. Depends, you know, just play around with the settings. Then you can play with depth of field, which is pretty much what blurs your background, and you can just kind of adjust the focal length, so that way, you know, again, this is probably best if you have an environment to work with. So yeah, and then yeah, just kind of just mess with the settings. There's bokeh, and there's even threshold stuff. I don't have an environment right now, so this is the sky is probably not really the best to test with, but you can again mess with the settings until it's like to your liking. But usually the default settings are actually already pretty good for the depth of field stuff. And then, besides that, you can also have chromatic aberration. So if you want something that feels a little retro, or maybe if you have like a little spooky sort of theme that you want to go for, depending on the style you have, you can add a little bit of it or not. Just really depends what you want. And then you can add lens dirt, which there should be a default one all the way at the bottom. Yeah, there's the ones here. This can allow to add like some like a sort of like dirt texture by default. It's nice if, depending on like, this is probably best if you want to have like an environment going on and you want to have that lens dirt. Like let's say your character was in the rain or something. It could be like a nice little effect to have, but again, just really depends. It's also something what that old game what is it, V-World used to had this function, so Warudo has it. So there you go. And then there's Vignette. If you want to have something, you know, a little bit more cinematic, you can adjust the fade out, or you can do the blink if you want to add like a bit of blinking to it, and you can even adjust the opacity or how, you know, the colors of it if you want. But again, if you want something a bit cinematic, you can add it there. And then you can have night vision, which gives like a bit of a binary look. This could be good for some redeems, or depending on the style of your model, this can add some extra detail. And then blur is nice if you maybe for example either for a redeem, or maybe you're like, hey, I'm doing a VTuber debut in 5 months. Be prepared to see my beautiful new model. And this could be nice for like teaser videos, if that makes sense. I'm giving you ideas. Also, holy heck, the eyes. But yes, you can have that for like you know, like you can do it for that case or something like that. And then pixelate is, you know, good if you want to have like a slight pixel look to your character, depending on your style. Or again, this could be for a redeem. We will be talking about some redeem stuff very soon. But let's just disable that, and there you go. If you follow along with what I just mentioned, you should be able to add a bit more of some extra effects to add some nice detail to your model. So hopefully you followed along, and hopefully you look extra beautiful with how I explain stuff and just see me mess with the settings and stuff. So there you go. And then now that we have that, we then need to go over on how are we going to, like, then the next thing we have to go over is how are we going to toggle these cameras. So there are multiple methods actually to toggling the cameras. So you can either you can duplicate the camera by going to camera here and then using the duplicate asset. And then you just pretty much duplicate your cameras multiple times to have like a different angle. So you can have like an angle where it's like your full body here, and then this camera is like your main or something. I don't know, just as a test. And if you press on this camera little button here, it will change the placement of your, you know, of your character via camera angle. So there's that method you can do, but there's also a more convenient method utilizing hotkeys. Now, especially with how Warudo is and the many things that you can toggle, I heavily recommend using something like a Stream Deck or Touch Portal in order, which Touch Portal is pretty much a free open source Android Stream Deck. If you can't afford a Stream Deck, there's Touch Portal. So I would recommend using either one of those solutions for like a lot of toggles, because again, there's so much you can do with Warudo, and doing it with just keyboard alone is probably not going to be enough for you, depending on what you do. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you at least the basics on the camera toggle, but otherwise I already made a tutorial on how to use it on a Stream Deck that you can be able to follow. So, what we're going to do, like, we can focus on like one camera, or you can have multiple. Again, it just really depends on what you want. If you're someone that's very simple and like you only just have your character for like a simple overlay, you don't really need to have multiple cameras, honestly. You could just do it with one. But if you want to have like different cameras for, like, let's say for example, this camera here is going to be like your main, but this camera here has like a lot of edits going on with the effects. Like this camera has like binary and it has pixelate, to have like that pixel, I don't know, like a binary Tomogachi sort of thing. Like you have a camera for that. Again, it just really depends. Like, it's only your imagination that's kind of like what determines how you set up these cameras. But to keep it simple though, we're just gonna not do the duplication method. We're going to actually just focus on one camera, so that way at least you can get familiar with just working with one camera and still having the advantage of using other different cameras, whether for different use cases. Really up to you. So here was a camera. We're gonna go into, well, before actually blueprints, first of all, you need to determine to yourself what you're gonna choose. You're gonna choose a freaking orbit camera, or you're gonna choose the free look. That's very important to keep in mind about, because depending on how you want your camera toggles to be set up, this can heavily depend, and yeah, just keep that in mind. Again, you can still have that quick hotkey, if you want. But otherwise, you're gonna have to make a choice, either orbit camera or the follow camera. But that's your choice to make. But we're gonna go into blueprints though, and we're going to make a new blueprint right here. Add blueprint. And then we're gonna rename this blueprint, and we're gonna name it camera toggles. Whew! And then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna use a keystroke for this. So we're gonna do keystroke on the search bar here. And then we're going to use on keystroke pressed. We're going to set this keystroke to, let's say, F1. And then you can set it to be control F1 or something, but I'll keep it simple and just use F1. And then I'm going to go ahead and do camera. I think you can either do switch camera if you, again, like for example, have like multiple. So let me show you, let me show you the duplication method real quickly. Or the duplicate, like the multi-camera, like this here, real quick. And then I'll show you like how we're gonna do the single camera method. So, for changing cameras, you can have the switch main one. Make sure that you duplicate the other camera here. And then you're going to do control, left click, to drag like this. And then control C, then control V, and then you're going to change the keystroke here to F2, and then you're going to set your camera here. So you can set it to the first camera, and then this one's the second camera here. And when you press on F2, oh wait, hold up, F1, wait, hold up a second. Oh wait, I think oh yeah, I need to make them different. Let's see, add of this and that. Alright, so then when I do F2, it will change to this camera that has the sort of binary look to it. And then when I press F1, it will fade to my main camera. So you can do that. That's how you can be able to do a quick camera toggle. But again, if you're someone that really wants to preserve the amount of cameras that you have, then by all means you can stick with one camera. And this is how you'll do the single camera method. We're going to be using something called set asset property. This is your Bible node. This is the node you're going to heavily abuse so much. Set asset property. So this here, so this here, set asset property, pretty much what this does is that whatever, and I don't care what it is, it could even be your own motion tracking, whatever is on this list here, you can edit any tiny setting that you want. So whether you want to make an effect here into like, whether you want to make an effect here turn into a redeem, or you want to make a mocap toggle setup, or maybe toggle your keyboard things, the set asset property will let you do anything you want. Just think about it and then let it happen. This is literally the node that you will abuse like every single time you're in Warudo. I am telling you, it's gonna happen. And that's okay, because again, at least it's kind of like that go-to node. Again, there's still a lot more nodes you do have to well, I wouldn't say you have to worry about, but it's more like there are other nodes that do exist, such as like animation stuff. There are animation nodes and all that, but again, this is your Bible node. You better abuse this thing. Better love it. But here you can be able to set the camera here and then set the data path to, let's say, transform. And you can have it where when you did the when you set up the transform here, whatever was current in the camera that you have, that's gonna be like these axes. So if I were to move over here like this, and then I were to do the same thing, I hope you guys are following along with this one. This one's a little tricky to explain. But if I do camera here and then I click here and set transform, it pretty much just kind of like assigns that those axes that the camera's currently on. So when I press on F1, oh wait, is it not working? Oh yeah, no, I thought it'd be working actually. Is it glitching out? Okay, it was okay, Warudo, please don't embarrass me like this. I know while I was doing this is the same thing I do on my sub. Don't embarrass me like this. Ah! Thanks, Warudo. Yeah, but that was supposed to like switch your camera thing. You may wanna like manually adjust. It could also be the fact that it's orbit camera, it messes up. But that's like another method you could do to changing your camera position stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Sorry. Disregard what I just said earlier. This only works with the free camera look. This only works with free camera for the set asset property. Orbit camera, because it's very special for some reason, needs the camera orbit character. My bad. Okay, so if you're using the orbit camera function, you're gonna use this node to pretty much change the placement of where your orbit camera's at. But if you're using free look, use set asset property instead. But even then, my point still stands though, that the set asset property is going to be the node that you're going to be abusing the most for almost everything that you do. So keep that in mind. But real quickly though, I'm gonna go ahead and set this to camera, and then set this to camera, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have it so that way here we can pretty much align this to the target, or the we pretty much just have the camera coordinates placed there. Then I'll put test chan over here, and then put that there. And then when you do, it should work. Oh, whoa. Okay, there's a bit of a transition time. There you go. So there you go. So when you're using orbit camera, this is how you'll be able to do a camera hotkey, pretty much. That's how you do it, but for some reason it's a little buggy on me, because I'm like forgetting which button's which. But that's how you'll be able to do the camera toggles for orbit camera. But if you're going to use free look, use set asset property. I hope that makes sense though. Again, there's so much stuff with Warudo. It's going to burn your brains. So yeah, just keep that in mind. That's how you'll do a camera toggle. Now that you understand that, again, there's like a lot more stuff I can go over. Like there is a curve system with a plugin that you can use and all that. But again, just keep it simple though. Again, the three methods are either, for orbit camera, this node. Free look is going to use set asset property if you're going to do it all in like a single camera. Or if by any chance you want to make it extra easy on your brain cells, then by all means just duplicate the cameras as many times as needed, and then just do the switch main camera, and that will just make it easier on you if you want to just keep it extra simple. But that's how you will do camera toggles in Warudo. I hope that makes sense. I gave you way too much info. But that's how you can do the camera stuff, and from there, by now, you should be able to not only, like I said, we already went over all the other stuff I just said, but by now you should be able to have some pretty effects on your character, along with understanding on how to do camera toggles for your Warudo setup, so that way for your overlay, instead of manually just changing the character's position, you just press a hotkey, and then you can be able to just change the placement of your character. Easy as that. Alright, so the next thing that we will now go over, alright, is some fun little asset stuff that we will be adding to our scene. This can include environments, some PNG stuff, and just other stuff that can be fun for you guys. And then we'll get into some even more advanced blueprint stuff, so that way, also, do I really look blue on that stream? Man, I look so blue. Yeah, because like on my actual screen, I don't look that blue, but apparently on YouTube it is. Oh, I think I may know. I think I might know the reason actually, or is that just YouTube? Hold up a second. Let me quickly hide the screen real quickly. No. No, I think that's just YouTube. YouTube just made me look so ugly. Thanks, YouTube. Anyways, alright, so back here. So let's go over some adding assets so that way we can finesse our stream, our VTuber scene. So we can add things like props, for example. This is where you can be able to add props for yourself by, again, going into add asset, plus button, and then going here for props. So here, again, whenever you download something from the Steam Workshop, like anything here, let's say the heart here, or this cool thing, or even a helmet or anything like that, any props that you have downloaded there, you will be able to load them all here. Do note, if you're getting things like particle effects, some, well, most of the time they're actually there. It just depends on the person, really. Like, they should make sure they highlight where to load it, but otherwise, for the most part, all your props are pretty much here. So you can be able to press on the preview gallery here, and you can be able to, like, for mine, I have a lot of, like, converted stuff here already. But if you're looking for Steam Workshop stuff, you can be able to just pretty much move all the way down. And you can look for, like, Steam Workshop stuff here. So that way you can be able to, like, you know, put some stuff on your character. But you can have, let's say, something like a microphone or a rose even. Let's put a rose on Test Chan. So we can put a rose there, and then we can be able to then, what you could do is that once you load the prop, and you can even, like, let's say if you're trying to download a prop from, like, Booth that that is a Warudo format. Again, FBX and GLTF is not currently supported for props. You'll have to ask the dev if they can add that. But you can add, you can do, like, open props and just load the stuff there, especially if you're going to do SDK stuff, which, again, my SDK tutorial pretty much explains on how to load your props there. But you can do transform attachment, where you can attach props to, let's say, your hands or your head or anything like that. So I can go ahead and have this set to my character, and they have it where, for some of the props by default, they have it where you can be able to hold the rose, actually. But I want this to be on my head, though. So I'm going to put this on my head, and then I'm going to make Test Chan wear the flower. So, there you go. Test Chan has a little flower. Let me, like, also, like, move it to the other side, actually. Just out of preference. There you go. Yeah, so you can have, like, a little, like, rose on your head if you want. There you go. So you can have, like, cute little accessories to add to your VTuber model. Especially, like, again, like, if there's some, like, assets that you don't want to model in Blender, but they happen to exist in the workshop, then this could just save you some time of just adding extra assets instead of, like, you know, doing Blender stuff if you hate it so much. So, there you go. You can add a bit of, you know, cute rose. You can even add collision detection, which, some props I don't recommend. If the prop is connected to your body, I don't recommend having collision detection unless it's something like the floor, like a floor prop or something, which we will add some floor collision later. But you can also even toggle the mesh too. So if some props may have, like, extra meshes for some certain toggles and all that, so you may want to check this out when you can, or even check out if they have any blend shapes that exist. Some don't have it, but some may do. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, though, you know, you can be able to add some props. You can even rename the prop to, like, right over here with the pencil, and just rename it to a rose. And then you can add as many props as you want. There's no limit to it. It's only just a matter of how much your PC can handle. So if you want to have 100 props for your Warudo scene setup, then go for it. But otherwise, you know, you can add asset here, and then you can be able to add another prop. Let's say for this one, I want to add the... Let's say I want to add the prop, the microphone prop that we just talked about. So we can go all the way over here, and then add a microphone, and then we can be able to have it so it's loaded onto our character. And that way, Tesh-chan has a cute microphone. Or I can even add it to the other hand. So instead of the left hand, it'll be, or the right hand, it'll be the left hand. And then you can adjust with the arrows. So that way, you have a cute, you can have, something on your hand or something like that. Or also, by the way, there's even like a prop for like the cat paws. Those cat paws actually do work with with your like hand tracking stuff. So you can do preview gallery, scroll all the way down, find the paws here. So since this is a right hand we want to put it on, we're going to use the right hand. And then we can attach it to our character, and there you go. And with some like bit of adjustments, you have a cat paw, and it does track your fingers too. I forgot to mention how to do this for the SDK stuff, but I'll make sure that it's elaborated. But the Warudo documentation elaborates how to do like where when you export a prop, it will automatically know where to track to track the fingers and all that. But there you go. That's how you can be able to have a cute paw. But that's how you can be able to add like props like that. But I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. But you can do that cute stuff. And then once you have that, you're going to then, now that we kind of got props covered, you can then add a screen. So you can add a screen whether it is a PNG image or it's your display screen even. So for example, I can set it to window and have it capture my Warudo screen, or I can even have an image where I can have like an image of a burger. Yeah, burger. And I can be able to like, when you look down, sometimes the gizmo doesn't appear for some reason on the image on the screen. So you may want to use the you may want to like use the positions here to kind of like adjust the position of it. But also as well, you can even attach this again to your character. So if you want to have like an image prop, you can just attach it to your character, and then you can have it so it's attached to the head. You can do some scaling, and then just kind of like adjusting the, adjusting the placement of it. So I can have a burger on my head. Burger. So you can have like cool image props, or you can even put like your live 2D capture on Warudo if you want Warudo to be like your main program, but have a live 2D model instead. You can do that. I already made a tutorial on how to put live 2D models in Warudo via Spout and NDI, so you could check out that tutorial if you want that. But otherwise, you could of course change the bend radius if you want, so it can bend or have some thickness to it. If you want, you can adjust the appearance, and there's a lot of settings here. There's even like a setting for the prop to always face the camera if you want that. But just kind of like, just mess around with these settings really, and you can be able to, just have some cool stuff. That's all I can say. Just cool burger prop or image props, or even again displaying your screen even. So again, I don't want to like accidentally just in case something like appears just to be safe, I won't be able to show like these screens properly because I'm streaming this. But just know you can do video even, browser, window, all this cool stuff. Alright, the screen prop allows you to do so much stuff, and it's really nice to have. So now the next thing is that you can also add, like I mentioned, I already added the keyboard, but you can add a tail physics. So tail here is great. Well, I wouldn't say it's tail physics, but more of like it'll add like sort of like a tail animation. So if let's say you don't want to touch Warudo SDK and you just want to have just the ears and the tail like swaying by itself, then you can be able to like attach this to your character. You can choose a path, which it can kind of glitch out the UI a bit. But you can kind of like choose somewhere, let's say for example, I don't know, have like a hair piece of mine, just, I don't know which one. Oh yeah, you can see it's right there. The side hair here has like an automatic like hair swaying. Kind of also emulates like wind physics, so you can have like controlled wind physics like this. Yeah, so you can see how like it's that hair that's kind of like doing all that stuff. So pretty much, You could be able to have like do like tail idle animation stuff. You can even have like waving axis as well. It's part of a new update, so that way you can change like, okay, like for example, I don't want it to rotate like X and Y. I only want to rotate like maybe like left and right, or maybe just only on Z where it just only like goes left and right. So you can definitely like adjust the waving. It's good for if you want to emulate something like Live 2D does. So yeah, you can be able to not only again adjust this waving speed or axes, or you can even adjust like how the physics of it, whether it's like very slithery or it curls up a lot, or you know, or just kind of like, or even like springiness where it's like a little bit more bouncy. But and even reaction speed or rotation, all this stuff, even gravity, like a lot of like physics related stuff, you can be able to like do that. It's pretty nice and it's pretty smart too. And then also there is even collision detection if you want it. Like for example, if somebody touches a tail, your model explodes or something. I'm not kidding, you can actually do that. So you can do that, and then be able to have IKs even if you want it, where for example you want to grab your tail in a specific way, like actually grab your tail. You can set up like an IK for it. Tiger actually made a tutorial on how to do that on their Warudo documentation if you're interested. And then there's additional shaping if you want some offset stuff. But that's how you can be able to do some like tail related stuff. And for Test-chan ain't got no tail. But you know, it's still nice to at least test it for hair. So it can be able to, like, you can pretty much, what's nice about the tail asset is that you can have your actual normal VRM spring bones or any physics you have, and the thing will be able to merge it properly, so it adds like a tail animation over it. So yeah. The other thing as well, I'm gonna quickly go over this actually, is wind physics. So if you, only Warudo avatars can be able to use a magical cloth if you bought magical cloth. So if you bought magical cloth and you have a Warudo avatar, then you could be able to use these. But otherwise though, if you use this on the VRM model, it's not gonna work. You'll have to use, the wind VRM instead. So for Test-chan, because she doesn't have magical cloth, she's going to be able to use the wind right here. So you can adjust this, you can even set it where it doesn't mess with the chest bones, you can set the direction or even the speed if you want, however you like, depending on how you want the wind physics to be. But you know, you just adjust how you like it, and you know, you can have like a nice like natural wind, especially if you have like an environment or something like that. So, you know, you can have that stuff. Do keep in mind, anything like if you're using like VRM spring bones, or if you're not using VRM spring bones, or if you're not using magical cloth, sadly dynamic bones or anything equivalent will not be able to work with the wind settings. It's only magical cloth and VRM, so keep that in mind. And also there's even lighting that you can do as well. So if you want something a bit more, you know, if you want to add like a bit more like lighting to your setup or something like that, then you can be able to, let's say for example you have a spotlight or something like that. Like if I go to camera here and I set the let's see, what was it, the transparent background, you can see I have the volumetric lighting going on. So you know, it's pretty cool. You can be like, hey, I'm in the concert, I'm gonna sing you guys a little song. Or you can even have it, like whether you have like this little like volumetric light, or you can even have another directional light if you want like a different color in a different direction. Or you can even have point lights as well, so that way you can just, you know, add a bit like some, you know, like if you want to like blend in some lights or something like that, you can be able to do it. And also, yeah, you can check the gizmo up here. There's like another technique you can use. Also, I'm gonna quickly fix that camera issue again, right here. Yeah, just increase that. So, so like pretty much you can add like a bit of a point light. Oh yeah, be careful. Oh yeah, be careful when you do the clip near plane thing. Just yeah, just make sure like, yeah, there's like a balance between this and then zooming in on the character. Be careful on that. All right, so yeah, I'll just like keep it at like a number like that, or just default number. But here, You can add like range if you want to add like more range to it, or you want to add it to like a little part of the model, or you can even add like intensity if you want more intense or softer. You can have it affect your character or not, or you can even have it affect props or even not. Even environment. You can even have it where it adds like a shadow if you want or something like that. And that's another thing too as well, even with directional light or just any, whether volumetric, directional, or anything like that, you can of course add some shadows like this here. So you can have some casting shadows, but again, it's like, it can look a bit messy. I've seen some people were able to get some pretty nice results though, after doing like some testing with the, shadow stuff. So I would say like you probably may want to just like you know, like experiment with the shadow things here and, you know, see if it's to your liking. That's all I can like kind of like say really, because it just really just depends on like the shadow. But at least like, again, if you want some casting shadows and stuff, you can add it there if you want, but otherwise, you know, it may not look too perfect, but you can still get some pretty nice results with it, depending on what you're going for. But yeah, so there you go. You can be able to add point light, volumetric, and directional length. That way you can finesse your setup if you like. And then another cool thing, and probably everyone's favorite, environments. Yes, you can add environments, and Warudo does come in with pre-existing Warudo environments. Plus, as I mentioned before, if you go to Discover tab and go into the Environments tab here, you can be able to add some pre-existing stages that especially SLM has posted, but other assets that the community has made. So you can be able to download whichever you want for each occasion. You can go to Preview Gallery, and by default, you should be able to have Classroom, Edge, Ruins, and VR Room. The most popular room that everyone kind of uses is the VR room, because it's literally a bedroom. It's literally a bedroom, and it just kind of just makes sense, you know? So you can be able to, oh yeah, that's very glowy over there. But you can be able to have like an environment, again, like I mentioned, this is very popular. So you can use a little VR room here, or you could use a different room if you prefer, like Edge is nice. Like Edge is another nice room as well. You may want to consider, by the way, if you have an environment, you may want to consider adjusting your FOV to compensate it, so that way it's not like so flat looking. So just keep in mind if you're gonna be using like environment stuff. Also, I should probably get rid of the burger. Just realized it was still on my face. But you can be able to add a nice little environment, so that way, you know, when you're doing your debut, you can be like, wow, look at me. I looking so beautiful. I have effects. I got a 3D model. I got props. I got a microphone, and I got environment. What you gonna do? I'm sorry. But you can have like something really cool for your streams though, being able to have like cool environments and stuff to finesse your 3D streams, and people will be like, wow, that's amazing. So you could do that. And then you can even have your own environments. Again, I already made tutorials on how to do that. So there's that. You can, of course, do VMC sending. Like I said, it's very simple. You just do VMC sending. You just put the character here, copy the port number to the other program, and that's kind of how you do the VMC sending stuff if you want. That's if you want that. Other than that, there's also music player if you want to play some music, pretty much. I'm not going to play any music because I don't want to play any copyright music on YouTube, but I will say, though, that you can be able to, like, do... I think, actually, I posted a tutorial on... Yeah, I posted a tutorial on how to, like, put the, you know, the music player stuff here, so, yeah. You can use that if you want, otherwise, you know, it's good for karaoke stuff if you like. And then, other than that, I think... Yeah, all these other stuff are add-ons, and I don't want to confuse you guys with it. But there is also, like, FPS counter, where... And there's even motion recording, too, if you want to do, like, motion recording, and even exporting your motions into FBX, if you want to put your animations into Blender or something. But that's for advanced users, but you can use it if you like. But for debugging purposes, you could use FPS counter, and it'll let you know like how much FPS and like what's going on with your PC or anything like that to make sure like you're okay. Good for debugging stuff. But otherwise, though, for the most part, like, there's still, like, other stuff you could do with the assets if you download a plugin or something. But for the most part, though, that's kind of, at least in a nutshell, like, at least majority of stuff that you can do in regards to the Warudo assets here. Like I said, there's still more that you can do when you download extra plugins, such as health bar, text prop, or even like utilizing curves and all that cool stuff. But at least for beginners, though, you should be able to have a beautiful setup already prepared for you if you follow along, so that way you can wow people at your debut. But there's also some things that we do still have to go over, and this is pretty much the last part of this tutorial, the blueprint section. So I'll be pretty much going over some commonly asked questions, mainly from beginners, not the crazy questions. No, not the crazy questions yet. No. But since I already went over the camera toggles, like how to do that, we don't have to go over that, but we will be going over things such as how to do animation toggles, how to do prop toggles, or I guess whatever comes up in my mind, really, on, like, you know, some stuff, because it's like it just really depends on, like, what comes up in my mind. There's still, again, it's like most of the extra advanced stuff that you can do are more for their own tutorials I have to go over, such as, again, a walking blueprint, how to do live 2D steppies, how to do like an advanced setup where you have like the IK feet and then a function to, like, depending on conditions and stuff. We won't be going over that crazy stuff here. Like I said, this is supposed to be a beginner stream tutorial, not how to code. It's alright though, I will try my best to post other tutorials when I can. But we're gonna go over some stuff though. So actually, yeah, I should probably go over the expression binding, though. So, I mean, we already went over that, but I'll probably, return to it, so I can kind of, like, correctly explain about how to do the expression stuff. But at least you should be able to have the rest good. So, expression key binding, the way you have to first set up, again, as I mentioned, in character, and then you go into expressions here, and then you could be able to import your VRM expressions or make it from scratch, as I mentioned earlier. You can either add an automatic key binding, so like you have like something to start with to kind of save some time, or otherwise, though, if you want to hand make it, you can just simply just remove it and just make it from scratch if you like, which we're gonna actually go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna get rid of the binding for this, and therefore my Warudo has crashed. Okay, there you go. So the blueprint should be gone now because we are going to actually make our toggles from scratch. So we're going to go ahead and press on add blueprint here. And then we can rename this and name it to expression. And then from here, you have like two options. Or the third option is mainly for if you're going to use touch portal or advanced stuff. But you either have the option of using the stream deck or using the keystroke for, or like otherwise your keyboard. We're gonna do keystroke for this tutorial, but again, if you do happen to have, if you happen to have a stream deck, I already made a tutorial that goes over that. It's on my channel, you can look that up. But here, we're going to add a keystroke, and we're simply going to have this set to the one keystroke. And we're going to have it where when we do Alt-1, it will trigger an expression. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and find character, or toggle character expression. So, toggle, so you can see this a little better, character. So here you can toggle character expression here. And then combine these two together. And as I mentioned, again, you may want to, if you got lost on the whole expression settings I mentioned earlier, you can reverse to the part of the stream where I explained this. But here, you do a keystroke where when you do Alt-1, you have to set this to character. You can set it to the expression of choice, whether, whether it's going to be an angry face or a joy face, whatever you want. And you can even have it where it's toggled, or you can have it as enable or disable if you want something specific. But I usually prefer setting it to toggle. It's a little easier on my brain cells. So I can be able to do Alt-1 and have a joy face. So there you go. And then you can be able to do control, click and drag, and then control C, then control V, and then you can be able to set this to a different expression, such as angry, and then set this keystroke to 2. So instead of Alt 1, we'll do Alt 2, so we can have a bit of an angry face. So you can have that. And you can even, again, mass duplicate, so you could do control, left click and drag, then control C, then control V, and you can even, again, multi-select, which is pretty nice. So you can set these to 3, and then 4, and then you can set this from joy to sorrow, and this from angry to fun. And we'll just do only just 4 expressions. So we'll do Alt, so Alt 3, we can have a bit of a sad face. Oh no, I can't believe I just lost in Fortnite. And then we have this one for fun, so we can smile a little extra. So fun. Wah, 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 wah. So we have that, and then that's pretty much at least for the expression. That's how you can be able to toggle it. Now, you may also be wondering how to toggle animations. So in order to toggle animations, we're going to make a new blueprint here. Add blueprint, and we're going to rename this to animation toggles. So we're going to do the same thing where for our case it's going to be keystroke. Unless you're a Stream Deck user, then like I said, you're going to just use Stream Deck trigger instead. But we're going to do this one instead. So we're going to do it with 1 again, but this time with control. So control 1 is going to be like an animation will do. So then we're going to find animation play, so we can play idle animation if you want it where it's like you change your posing. But if you want it where, let's say you want to just press a button once and then it'll do the dance animation and then end after the animation's done, then you can instead use the play one shot where it's like after the animation's done, it's done and it just goes back to normal. But we're gonna just do idle animation for the most part because most people are gonna use that. So you connect these together, set this to character, and do remember the animation, because if by any chance you have a different idle animation, like for example what Test Chan's using, you have to remember the number of the idle animation. Sadly, these are not properly named, or at least not English named. I mean, yeah, so again, you just have to rely on like preview gallery to know what it is, but just keep in mind, like if you have like a new idle animation other than generic, you may want to just keep this in consideration. So 1090. So blueprints, we're gonna find the animation here, 0, 10, and then 0, 90, and there you go. There's the standing that we have. So make sure that we do set this, not here in animation, I put the wrong place. So 0, 0, 10, 0, 90, just make sure to type that number. And you have to set it so that way it resets to animation, whichever is the idle that you have. But otherwise though, for the main character, main animation here, you can have it to be something else. Like let's say for example, I want it where I can, I don't know, let's say I put my arms out, and then you can even duplicate this. So duplicate, control, left click, duplicate, control C, control V, and then from here, you can be able to, pretty much you can duplicate and reuse this, so that way the animation, the idle animation is the same, but you just change this animation part to something else. So you can have it be like, maybe like a sitting, because since we don't have IKs, we can use like a sitting pose. So we can set that, but do change this from control, from the, different number. So control 1 will be where the arms are out. I want to give my chat a hug. Wah. And then you can have control 2, which you'll be sitting. So let's say if you just want to have it where you're gaming and you're just sitting, you can have a sitting toggle. And then if you do control 2 again, it will reset you back to your idle pose. So that's how you can be able to do animation or pose toggles with Warudo. And again, there's 500 plus animations. So you are going to have a lot of fun with all these crazy little animation stuff, like holy frick. So I wish you luck on that, honestly. But otherwise, Otherwise, though, that's pretty much how you can do it, and you can mass duplicate as many times as you like, but that's how you can be able to do an animation or pose toggle, whichever one you really prefer. And from there, the next thing we can do is a prop toggle. So let's do a prop toggle with the microphone. And so we're gonna do add blueprint here, and then we're gonna rename this blueprint, and we're going to name this prop toggle. And then what we're going to do is, with prop toggle here, you're going to then do, again, keystroke, right here. So on keystroke pressed here, we're going to then use set asset property. So again, this is your Bible node, don't forget this. So set asset property, like so. And then you can, let's say we want this to be just the number 1, but it's the shift. So alt will be just my expressions, control is going to be my animation toggles, and then shift is going to be my prop toggles, pretty much. So with shift 1, I'm going to connect this, and I'm going to have it where the asset, again, this could be whatever you want. Anything that's in these settings that you see, you can have toggles for any little thing. So just keep that in mind. It's just more of your imagination's the limit. But on asset here, we can then go to prop here, and then we're going to have this set to enabled. This is so that way we can then set this to toggle here, and then we just do shift 1, and it toggles the microphone. And it even toggles the posing with it too. And then we can also have it where we can toggle the rows on and off too. So again, just duplicate. So again, control left click, control C, control V, and then you can set this to number 2, and then set this from the prop to the rows. And then once I do shift 2 instead, it toggles the rows. So this is how you can be able to do prop toggles with Warudo, as well as making them reappear. So you can do that cool stuff. Yeah. Alright, so now that you know how to do prop toggles, the next thing to learn is how to make your redeems from scratch. Now again, we already talked about onboarding assistant, where you can already do the redeems from complete, you can already do the redeems easily, but what if you really want to have a particular way that your redeems are done? How do we do that? Well, it's very simple. You can actually, there's multiple ways you can do it, but we will at least take a look at the, oh please don't crash. No crashing allowed! Warudo! Ow. So, just give Warudo some time to just load. Also, do note, by the way, if you're using an environment and your PC is a potato, you might want to not use an environment. But again, so far, if you follow along with this tutorial, you're honestly doing a really good job. What's the other things that we do have to cover? Let's see. I already covered how to do toggles, pretty much. We're gonna cover redeems. And, redeems. I guess it's pretty much, like, just a matter of, like, what you guys asked for, because I pretty much kind of covered, like, at least most things that most beginners. I'm not saying I covered the entirety of Warudo. Oh, no. You guys have no idea. Warudo 1.0 is going to be a thing, so, we're going to have more stuff, so watch out. But it's like, there are more advanced stuff. Obviously, there'll be their own tutorial, but at least this should help beginners at least gain more stuff. So, alright, so pretty much here, if you did the onboarding assistant here, you can be able to reference the interaction nodes that are prepared, so that way you can know like how it's set up. So give it some time. It's a big blueprint. I don't blame that it's like freaking out, because it's kind of big. Which that goes into the thing about blueprint lagging. Now, blueprint lagging is a thing even in Vnya, where if you put too much things in a single blueprint, you may experience lagging. If you do experience this, you may want to delete some nodes, or at least copy it and transfer it to a different node, or different blueprint set by the add blueprint over here. So just keep that in mind if you ever experience some blueprint lagging. So, oh boy. Alright, so pretty much you can reference here how it's done. So for example, the followed channel thing, oh excuse me, hold up, my eye is like, hold up a second. Hold up 1 second. Time out here real quickly. Kana's eye just got poked on accident. Hold up. Time out! 1 moment. Time out. 1 moment. Alright. I think I should be a little better now. Hold up. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Another technical difficulty, but this time it's actually Kana's eyes. Oh, and now it's Tesh-chan. Oh, now it's Kana's eyes again. Okay. Another technical difficulty. Anyways. Alright, so. Back to my glasses, though. But as you can see here, though, pretty much this is how you would, it's an example note on how you can set up the Twitch follow, for instance. And then, you know, you just directly connect it like this. You don't need an if branch for this one. Then you could do on Twitch subscribe. You can do that. And then, I think oh yeah, there are some of them, like, for example, the only time you'll use if branch, by the way, because I know some people put if branch. I don't know if it's because of my tutorials accidentally telling you to put an if branch on everything. I think so, and I apologize for that. But just know that not everything needs an if branch. The only time you add an if branch is if you are telling it a condition. So for example, if you are trying to tell it that on Twitch message, you know, if you want it where if the, like, let's say you're having a message, exclamation mark throw, if this is the condition, then if it's true, then you would do whatever the frick is after that, pretty much. So that's only when you'll use an if branch. Otherwise, though, something like, for example, the Twitch subscribe, the Twitch follow, or if there's, like, just no condition being used at all, like any of these, for instance. Like, if this is not used at all, you do not need an if branch. But if you are going to be using one of these conditions, then yes, you would end up using an if branch, because you're trying to tell it that on a specific condition, if it's true, then it will trigger. Now that we at least have some sort of breakdown, I'm going to show you on how to, like, make your own real quickly. So that way you have a little bit more understanding of how to make it from scratch. So when you add more custom redeems, you can do that. So let's say, for example, I want to make it where okay, so let's go here. We're going to add a blueprint. We're going to name this, Twitch Alerts. Let's just call that Twitch Alerts. And then we're going to make another blueprint called Twitch Redeems. Again, we're going to be in the assumption of Twitch, but the same information applies to Bilibili and YouTube. So just keep that in mind. But we're going to do Twitch Alerts first, which this is going to be the ones that don't require the if branch, and then redeems that may require the if branch. So, Twitch Alerts here. You're going to look up Twitch here. And do make sure, by the way, if you are making your Twitch stuff from scratch, make sure that you are logged into Twitch on Warudo. Again, menu, and then settings, and then go into the Twitch, and then log in from there. And then, from here, you can look up Twitch up here, and you can be able to find some nodes. Exclude the ones that aren't native, though, but you may find some, like, Twitch nodes here that you can use. So for alerts, we may want it where, like, on a channel raid, or, you know, on Twitch, if somebody subscribes, or if we have, even, like, a follow, or something like that. Let's say, like, these three, for example. Again, you as a VTuber need to plan out what you want to do and how you want things to be triggered in order to determine how the blueprint will be. Again, this can, again, be a case-to-case basis, but I'm just at least giving you the general knowledge so you can apply it to your specific setup. Again, if you don't know how to apply your own knowledge to a specific situation, then I'm gonna feel very bad for you. You may want to consult an actual teacher for that. I'm not qualified for that. Anyways. Here, we're gonna go into, let's say, for example, we want to do a Twitch follow. Let's say if somebody follows us on Twitch, we want things to be thrown at us. So we're gonna type in throw, and we're gonna do throw prop at character. It is a long node, so you gotta just connect these together like so. And then you can set to target character. You can set the prop source. Let's say, for example, I want I want to have cakes be thrown at my character, and that's something I converted. And then you can use a cake. Then you can do an impact particle. So you can press gallery and choose an impact particle to add some more dynamicness. You can even add a launch sound as well if you like. So you can set these accordingly if you want. Launch sound is kind of like usually like a whooshing sound actually, and then impact sound is kind of like when it impacts you. But Kana, you are a teacher. Not that kind of teacher. I'm not the kind of teacher that teaches manners, or not manners. I'm not the type of teacher that teaches what do you call it? Basic human knowledge. I don't know what you categorize that one as actually. You see why I'm not certified to teach people how to apply knowledge to specific situations. But anyways, yeah, and from there, if somebody follows, you can press on the enter key to test out the throwing prop. I will say, by the way, you may a common sense lol. But you may also, I will say as a heads up, you may sometimes notice for some props, if you have ambient occlusion on, you may notice like there are some weird shadow issues with the props. It's why I don't recommend ambient occlusion, but if you want it, so be it. But pretty much, that's how you could be able to do like a throw prop thing. But do keep in mind though that not every prop in the workshop do have colliders, only certain ones do. So if a certain prop happens to not have a collider, you could try to either make your own prop that has an actual collider or look for a different prop. But otherwise though, just keep that in mind. Like for example, I think it was the cat paws on Warudo, they don't have a collider, so you can't use those as throwables. But let's say, for example, you want to have it where maybe instead of 1 cake, you want 10 cakes to hit your avatar. Then, to do that, you need to look up for loop. For loop is pretty much looping the flow of the line here multiple times. So this will allow duplication. So if you want something to happen multiple times, you'll use for loop. So if we want 10 cakes to hit us, then we have for loop in the middle. If you want, let's say, 100 props to hit you because somebody raided your channel, then you can do that. Or, you know, you can just do that stuff. So you press on for loop, and you have 10 cakes hit you at the same time. That's how you can be able to have multiple cakes that hit you, or multiple props, that is. So, like that. But you also will notice, like, there is, like, there's a bit of an issue with the camera thing. Again, you're gonna have to mess with more of the settings. So I'm gonna set this up where it's above the character's head, just so it actually, like, hits Test-chan. Above character, body, head. And then, these cakes are really doing a bad job missing her. Rest in pineapples. You could, I guess you could make them giant, or giant cakes. Yeah. So you could do that. Again, you could adjust the speed, the scale, the gravity if you want them to be slow or something. Or you can, randomize the launch, or a live time, or despawn. You can pretty much just adjust it however you want. I'll probably also lower the audio here. And then you can, like I said, if you also want it where instead of 10 cakes hitting your avatar at the same time, you can actually have them in intervals. So I can put 0.3 and it'll hit like 1 cake at a time. Ah! So you could do that. I could probably set this even lower, and then, yeah. So you can be able to have like a bit of a delay. This also guarantees that the cakes will hit Test-chan. Ah! So you can have that. But also, what if I want it where when I get hit by these props or cakes, I die? Meaning my character gets yeeted into oblivion. Well, this is where we can actually use the onCollide and have the activate ragdoll. So activate ragdoll, and then you can connect this node over here, like so. So we can set this to character, and then we can set the launch force to, let's say, 100 by 100 by 100 or something. We want a big yeeting. But we have a problem, Houston, because if we were to do this... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have the environment that has a collider. So if you're using an environment with a collider, it will do that. But if you don't have an environment, let's say I'm gonna go over here to environment, which, yes, you can also adjust these settings if you want, just some additional settings, and disable the environment. If I were to go ahead and I were to do the for loop, Tesh-chan falls into infinity. Like that. So, if I want to have it where I don't want to use an environment, then how can I make it so my avatar doesn't fall into infinity? Or maybe you might like that because it's funnier. But, what if you want it where it's just, you fall into an invisible floor? Well, there's actually a fix to that. So, go over to Discover here. Then go to the search bar here, type in floor, and then make sure that you're in the props category. Then make sure to go to Floor Collider and subscribe to S-Bright's Floor Collider. Once you subscribe to that, what you're going to then do, and also, by the way, just want to make sure I let people know, I appreciate all the nice messages regarding how my tutorials help people out, and I do hope that this current tutorial are helping you out on learning Warudo. So, assets panel here, then you're going to then add an asset here. You're going to add a prop, and then this is going to be the prop that will be the floor collider. So go to preview gallery, then type in floor, and then the one under Steam Workshop, you'll find floor collider. Make sure to set the scale to 100 or even more depending on how big you want the yeeting to be. But you can set this to 100 or 1,000, but I don't recommend a giant number like this. Holy frick, you're going to overload Warudo like that. Please don't spam the zeros. Just, keep it as 1,000 or something like that, Don't overdo it. Don't overload the numbers. This goes for anything else. Just don't overload it. But what we're gonna do then is, what you can do is that under the meshes, you can make the mesh visible as a way to kind of see how far is the you can see how far the the play mesh is, but otherwise you can just leave it as off. And then I'm also gonna quickly recalibrate. I will show you guys how to do a calibrate hotkey so I don't have to keep doing this manually. Wow. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is that in the blueprints, once you have the floor, oh, that's right, you also have to go to go to floor again. You have to enable the the collision detection. That way, when we get yeeted, it will not make us fall into the oblivion. So, go into blueprints, and then what you're going to then do is you're going to do the for loop, and now your character actually has a floor to fall on. So that way, oh, poor Tesh-chan. So that's how you can be able to make it where your character can be yeeted, but has a floor collider. That's how you do it. Alright. So that's how you can be able to do, an example, how to do a throw-related, throw-related thing. And you can even, whether it's for, a Twitch follow, or we can make this into a channel point, so we can just copy and paste this over to a Twitch redeem. So on Twitch redeems, I'm going to quickly type in Twitch redeem. On Twitch channel point redeem here, you can then make it, pretty much, you can paste this over here, like so. Now, if you were to do it where you just connect this over here, this will make it where every channel point redeem will have the same reaction. So because we want to make this conditional, this is where if branch comes in, where it's only for conditional use. So if branch will be to tell that if a specific name is triggered, then if it's true, then it will redeem blah 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 blah. So make sure you have, for the Twitch redeem, this connected here, and then if true, it'll be connected here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use a string contains here, and then we're going to connect reward title to A and output boolean to condition. And then we put the name of what this redeem will be. So we're gonna name it throw stuff or throw cakes. And then pretty much when somebody redeems that channel point, it's gonna throw out all the cakes or whatever prop it's going to be. So yeah, you may want to go to your Twitch channel and like do some test channel point redeems to test this to make sure that your Warudo is working properly on its end. But otherwise though, like that's how you could do like a quick little channel point redeem like that. And then for alerts, again, there's other things that you can, of course, do. Like I mentioned with the onboarding assistant, I'm pretty much just re-explaining it, but from scratch here. You can have it, let's say, for example, if somebody, let's actually do a prop toggle. So you notice how Test Chan's rose went away? Let's say, for example, if somebody raids my channel, let's say we want it where something like an MLG glasses or the rose to appear when a raid happens, because we want to set an asset property to be toggled. So, or like we want to have something in this panel or these settings here to toggle that certain condition. So what we're going to do is we're going to do set asset property right here. Now for a raid, unless you have a very specific condition, for example, like if you were raided by your best friend, then there could be like a, let's say your best friend is a cat Vtuber, then you can have like a raid where cats are falling from the sky. Or if, let's say, for a different condition, then your friend happens to be like a dog Vtuber and you want to have like dog plushies raining from the sky, then yes, that's where if branch could be really useful for this sort of thing. But otherwise, we're just going to keep it simple and just have it connected like so. Now, we want it where the moment that the raid happened, the rose will appear. So rose, data pass will be enabled, and it's going to be set to where it's yes, it's going to be enabled. Then we're going to have a delay flow, so that way automatically it will toggle it. This can also be good, oh, wrong delay flow, delay control flow. That way when after a certain amount of time, it will turn off the rose automatically. This is also good for redeems too as well, keep that in mind. Like if you want to have it where someone does a rose redeem, there's that. But this is just, again, I'm just showing you some examples of what you can do with Warudo. So let's say, for example, after 5 seconds, the rose needs to turn off, then we can have it set to turn off like so. So, if it, so let's say I got raided. Oh my god, I just got raided. The rose has appeared. And then after 5 seconds, it will then disappear by itself. You can also apply the same logic here, again, with a Twitch redeem. So with a Twitch redeem, you can paste this over for set asset property. And then you can pretty much copy what you did here before and reuse it here. So, if true, let's say a rose, toggle or something like that. So you can have it like, there's a channel point redeem where it is, you know, just a rose redeem or something like that. And then if it's true, if somebody redeems it, a channel point named Rose, then it will pretty much have a timer where it will enable something. Make sure that you set the target value here. Then if it says yes, then after 5 seconds, it will change it to no, so it disappears. And that's how you can be able to do a prop redeem, like a prop channel point redeem. And then you can also do things like stickers. Pretty much it's the same logic here, so you could do like stickers, where you can spawn from online image or even a local image, and then you can even have a liquid, like a water redeem, like hydrate or something like that. So again, pretty much it's the same logic. It's like, what matters is like the, pretty much like what you're really looking for and what you want to accomplish. But you get the same logic where anything that's alert related, like follow, sub, or raids and stuff, don't necessarily need an if branch unless you want to have a specific condition, while it's the Twitch redeems that do need an if branch, because you're trying to tell it that as specific condition, it will do such and such. So I'm going to copy this one last time. And this again also applies to YouTube as well. So let me actually change this to a YouTube one. So YouTube chat, let's see, YouTube chat received. When a message, like for anyone who's on YouTube, the same logic kind of applies, where if it's like anything like a membership or an alert, you don't need an if branch unless there's a specific condition. But if there is a condition that you're going for, then you'll connect message here. You're trying to tell it where if it does exclamation mark water, then it'll make it so that way you can have a hydrate redeem manually. So I can put this liquid, and then just connect this here, set to character, and then stop after 3 seconds. And I can have this to be above my character's head. It is a very long node, so just keep that in mind. But there you go. And then if somebody on your YouTube chat happens to put water, and they have the YouTube, like the YouTube thing here, so menu, settings, and they have to make sure that this YouTube thing is active in order for it to work, then you can have it where if someone types in the command for water, then you'll get water to the head. Ah! There you go. And then you can even, of course, adjust it so that way it can look something like slime even. So if you don't want a water redeem, you can have a slime redeem for this one, and just adjust the, let's say, like how the, pretty much like how the thing will look like, I guess. So we can just, I don't know, just change this, absorption, and just kind of like test it to see how it looks like or something. You'll have to like do some editing with the settings, but otherwise you can be able to do some cool stuff. Also, a little extra information, if you happen to be a void model and you notice that with the water that your highlights or something with your eyes happens to disappear in the liquid, I heavily recommend that in Unity, please make sure to set your texture, your materials to cut out. Now do keep in mind that depending on how your eyes are set up, it may not look so good. But if you really want to fix that issue where something disappears in your eye, or even like your own eyelashes or something like that, you may want to edit the materials to have cutout instead of transparency, because I think by default, Void should have it set to cutout. I think the highlights, I guess it really just depends how it's set up, really. You'll have to check Unity and then just adjust it to cutout. So just keep that in mind for Void users. If you see that issue, set your material to cutout in Unity. You can't do it in Void, sadly. Alright then, well, with that being said, that's pretty much how you can set up your redeems and your alerts in a nutshell, pretty much. And I've already explained that on Onboarding Assistant, you can be able to, of course, automatically generate those redeems, so it's a little bit more easier for you. And then, of course, I gave the little extra bonus of adding, like, a props or a toggle redeem, like the rose toggle that I mentioned of. So, there you go. So that's pretty much how you can do some cool redeem stuff from there. Alright. Now, I think, is there anything else that I'm forgetting for beginners? Because I know there's a lot of, like, stuff you can do with Warudo, but it's also, like, I don't want to, I think I already overwhelmed everyone with so much knowledge and stuff. And it's like, I don't want to go over, like, too in-depth regarding, like, extra plugins. Like I said, I don't want to overwhelm people with too much, like, extra information. I'd rather just leave those as like separate tutorials and stuff. But either way, okay, let's see how long. Oh my god, we have been streaming for 4 hours. Holy heck. Well, either way, I do at least hope though that you have learned a lot about Warudo regarding the whole UI setup, how to do some example stuff to at least get started from complete scratch. Again though, you can, if you want to like save yourself some time, you can use my Warudo beginner scene file if you want to pretty much have everything done for you. But of course, it is still good to have this knowledge of making your stuff from scratch, so that way when you are going to be adding more stuff to your scene, you can be able to, like, you know, do stuff, if that makes sense. And like I mentioned, you are gonna still have to watch the extra Warudo tutorials I provided to you. But despite, like, you know, the extra tutorials that I provided and will be providing very soon, hopefully, at least for most users though, this tutorial will at least be, you know, at least this tutorial will be like nice for those who just want to have like that all-in-one tutorial that at least explains how to do everything, and even including moments where Kana just kind of fricks up, and like something a little bit more on the realistic side, if that makes sense, of real time. So yeah, I'll have to go over the VOD. I overslept. It's okay, Wallace. You don't. It's okay, Wallace. It's okay that you sleep. Even I actually overslept yesterday. It's why I missed stream yesterday, because I was busy. I was actually very heavily busy on modifying MMD, and that will eventually be its own tutorial. While I will be going over how on a modified MMD stuff. But that's good. Again, that's gonna be something else. But either way, this is a moment of Q&A questions. So this is where if you guys have any last minute questions for me that I need to go over or anything like that, then by all means, this is probably a good time to ask those questions, as I will be going over any of them. But otherwise though, if that's all the questions, then you know, that's kind of pretty much it for at least the majority of this tutorial, because by now you should already know how to set up your own tracking. You should already, also hello Kana, hi Wallace, but by now you should already know on how to set up your own tracking. You know how to set up your own redeems, how to set up your environment, how to set up effects, how to do some like quick camera toggles, animation pose toggles, and even prop toggles, and even learning how to edit some blueprint related stuff. Like, wow, that's really impressive of you. I'm so proud of you if you made this far into this tutorial. And also even learning how to download assets from the Steam Workshop so you can extra refine your stream setup so you can do even more cool stuff. But again though, like, there's still a lot more that you can do with Warudo, and it can get pretty advanced, like audio link stuff, or custom shading, or non-humanoid animation, or even just normal humanoid animation, or even being in like different environments and doing some cool particle effects. There's so much that you can do with Warudo. Only your imagination really is the limit. So the tracking is what I was gonna ask about. Yeah, we already went over tracking earlier, Wallace. You missed out. How dare you? How dare you? It's alright though. It's alright though, because again, the VOD will be on YouTube forever, so you can always rewatch and you can always return back. But again, this is still a moment to ask me. This is still a moment to ask questions. If you have a question about Warudo, whether your tracking is still broken, whether you have a question about how to do a particular thing, or anything else. Otherwise, if it's not asked in this stream, then by all means, I would recommend joining the Warudo Discord server, which I'm gonna quickly, just one moment, because I'm gonna go ahead and have this Warudo here, because now, like, you can be able to, like, also add your Warudo via spout. So make sure, again, I've mentioned earlier to install the spout capture, and then all you have to do is just enable spout in Warudo, go to OBS, add your source there, and you should be able to add your VTuber avatar to OBS so you can do cool stuff. But I need to hold up. What was the thing? Oh yeah, I need to link you guys the Discord server so that way you guys don't forget. You guys need to learn your stuff. So if you ever need extra help, because I know for a fact that even though you guys don't happen to have questions now, I know that you guys are probably going to ask some questions later. But there is a good place that you can ask all the questions you want. It's the Warudo Discord server. So over here, I am preparing the link for this. I'm just going to share it. Should be also in the description too. But I sent in the chat the link to the Warudo Discord server. If by any chance you don't have questions now, but you want to ask some questions later, I recommend joining that server so you can be able to ask all the questions that you want, whether you're trying to do a complex solution and you need help with it, or maybe you want to request a feature that the Warudo dev should add, because the Warudo dev is there, so you can definitely ask them, hey, could you add support for audio link Poyomi? Or, hey, could you add support for, What's the thing we can ask for? Could you add support where we can be able to turn our avatars into a Swiss cheese or something like that? Like you can ask the dev those funny questions there, and then if you need further assistance, especially now again, you won't be getting like full one-to-one assistance like being in a call every time though. Maybe you might be lucky, but at least you'll still have someone who will be replying to your problem and be happy to help you out. So I recommend if you definitely need some help, then I definitely recommend join that server, ask your questions away, chat with people who are also interested in Warudo, and who knows, you can even be able to see some cool works that people have posted so you can get even more inspiration on what you can do with Warudo. But other than that though, if that's all the questions, if there's no questions that are gonna be asked for, I probably have covered most of the questions for at least most beginners though. But again, I hope to be making more tutorials as soon as I can. So yeah, I currently use Warudo when I stream, and I have rewards in Warudo and commands. It's very fun, but there are times when I open a game, the avatar stops moving. Could it be my PC because it didn't happen? That sounds like something you'll have to report to the dev on, but I recommend make sure to have Warudo set to GPU prioritization. So I covered this earlier, but let me show you real quickly. Right here, so right here, you can be able to go into the menu, go to settings, and you can be able to set it where the GPU prioritization is set to yes, but I also recommend setting Warudo to be on admin mode, so that way Warudo can probably act a little bit more nicer, so that way, like, so that way you could probably have less issues with that. You can try that. If you still keep getting issues, my other recommendation, actually, I have another recommendation for you, is that you can go ahead, that on menu, and in the settings, you can also go into advanced settings, and you could probably set the process priority to real time. That's what I do, because whenever I click off of Warudo, my character just randomly lags. So this could maybe help you out, but if that doesn't help, you definitely need to report this to the dev by telling them what game are you playing, and even showing a video of the issue. And hopefully when the dev reaches out on the Warudo Discord server, they'd be happy to help you out to make sure that you get that issue fixed up. But hopefully that answer has helped you out, at least in some way. Alright, no problem. Alright, any other questions people have on Warudo? Speak now or forever hold your peace, because this is pretty much the opportunity to ask Warudo questions while I'm pretty much here in real time. Other than that, there's plenty other tutorials that I've made about Warudo, and there will be upcoming ones. I do deeply apologize for taking a bit too long on, like, I haven't posted Warudo tutorials in 2 weeks, I think about 2 weeks, because I was really busy on some projects, and, like, personal and projects that I was given by, you know, some work, you know, so I was very busy on that. So, deeply apologize on that, but I do hope to try my best to post more tutorials when I can, including tutorials like this one here. But if that's all the questions or anything like that, then by all means, I hope you do enjoy this tutorial, and I hope that other tutorials that I provide do help you out. Until I play around with the program, I got no questions, sadly. No worries, Wallace. Take all the time you need, and also Wallace, because I made your model, feel free to let me know if there's any issues, because I literally made your model. I have to take care of you, alright? So let me know if you ever need anything. So, yeah, just let me know. But otherwise, though, I think that's pretty much all I need to say. Is there any other, like, question? I'm just gonna, like, kind of quickly check here to see if there's anything else I can go over, like, for, like, a beginner question. But again, anything else, I can definitely, like, make that as a separate tutorial, because this is already a pretty long tutorial. Alright, well, anywho though, thank you guys so much for the support. It really means a lot to me, and thank you for being very patient regarding me not being able to make tutorials for 2 weeks. But let me know if you guys ever need any questions, and also you feel free to join my Discord server if you want to ask any questions for me or anything like that regarding 3D. It's in the description below. You can look it there, because StreamerBot, I had to take it down because I didn't want alerts or any distractions happening while we are in the process of learning. But either way, I do hope that next stream, though, we can be able to, learn any other program stuff, or, just kind of chill out with some fun 3D things. Like, maybe I might end up doing an MMD stream where I teach you guys how to animate, who knows. Alright, well, anywho, I hope you guys do have a lovely day, though, and I'll be seeing you guys next time. I don't know when the next tutorial will be appearing or the next stream. Well, the stream I'm hoping Friday, but due to some things, the streaming schedule might change up a bit. Maybe. Just be prepared to be aware about that. I'll try my best to announce it. But otherwise, though, I hope you guys do have a lovely day, though, and I'll be seeing you guys next time, okay? Heika, 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 bye-bye, everyone! Oh, wait a minute. Hold up a second. This isn't proper. Wait, I'm Tesh-chan. I should be Kana Fuyuko. Hold up a minute. This is not me. I need to change who I am because this is not me. Let me just save this. This is not Kana. Alright, Tesh-chan, you're not allowed to even go Fuyuko. Only Kana can. Only Kana can. The only reason why you're here, Tesh-chan, is because you're a void model to help people learn how to do this stuff easy. That's why you're here. How dare you, Tesh-chan, try to snatch my lines. How dare you. Also, my Warudo thing has just yeeted. Fake Kana! God darn it! Give it a moment, because, Kana takes too long to load. Oh, shoot, that's right, hold up. Kana's gonna turn pink for a moment. Kana, stop taking so long! Anti-Kana? No. 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 Listen, I'm the real Kana talking here. That Tesh-chan was a fake. I'm kidding. No, Tesh-chan is my creation in Void Studio with presets, and y'all gotta understand, Tesh-chan is Tesh-chan. She will always be Tesh-chan, and she will always be the tutorial assistant, not the tutorial maker. Ah, and great, my Warudo editor had just crashed. Kana technical difficulties. No. Kana technical difficulties. Kana's pink. No. Are you kidding me? Give me a moment. This Kana is a bit not well right now. Kana's not well. Okay, I'm back. Hi, I'm back from the dead, and I'm the real Kana Fuyuko, not Tesh-chan. I'm Kana, okay? It's always been me. I've always been here. This is my channel, not Tesh-chan channel. This is my freaking... Why is my hand tracking just not working right now? Are you kidding me? Man, okay, I'm so sorry for being, like, over-dramatic at the end of this freaking stream. Like, I apologize. But hey, it's great to see my face again. It's been a while. Yeah. I'm Kana! I'm just gonna point at you. Oh, our new overlord! No! Well, I will at least be the overlord of some of your 3D VTuber tutorials, so... Well, even then, I'm actually just your teacher, not an overlord. So, respect me as your teacher and nothing more. That's all I can say. I'm just your 3D teacher, okay? Well, anywho, though, thank you guys so much for watching this tutorial. I hope that you have learned something new in regarding to how to use Warudo for absolute beginners, and being able to learn at least some stuff. Like I mentioned, you can still do a lot with Warudo, which I recommend joining the Discord server, and keep an eye out for future tutorials. I will do my best to post out more, but, yes, sensei. Ah! Well, anyways, though, there's chat back, but yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna get food, because I'm hungry, for chicken tenders. So, let me know if you guys ever need anything, but otherwise, look out for new content. I hope to see you guys next time, and yeah, that's kind of it, though. Also, yeah, okay. Anyways, I hope to see you guys next time, okay? Hey, bye-bye, everyone. I hope to see you guys next time, okay? Bye-bye. And yes, I'm Kana. I'm the only one that can say those lines. Hey, alright, bye-bye, everyone. All my Snowflake members, in case you don't know, I have YouTube membership, so if you want to further support this channel and what I do, then feel free to join the Snowflake members. Otherwise though, just your support means so much to me, and I appreciate every ounce of it. Either way, though, with that being said, though, hey, goodbye, everyone. I hope to see you guys next time, okay? Bye bye.